Said, get her up here right now. Get her up here right now. Y'all said, get her up here right now. Period. I heard y'all. Thank you, chat, so much for the support as always, guys. We are about to get right back into it. Okay. Welcome back, guys, to another LDR2Forever live interview, guys. This space is where we highlight the real, raw stories of couples who have proved that love can truly go the distance. Every story shared here is a reminder that while long distance comes with unique challenges, it also produces some of the most powerful love stories. Tonight, I'm so excited to introduce to you guys Shay. Her journey is one of faith, sacrifice, and resilience, from meeting across borders to traveling miles just to be together, to navigating immigration paperwork, growing their family, and now embracing the military lifestyle. Their story is a testimony that distance doesn't break love, it builds it. I can't wait for you all to hear how they made it from long distance relationship to forever. Hello.
Hey sis, how's it going?
Hey, how are you?
I'm hanging
Oh,
in
okay.
there.
Know how to shift
Excuse Miss
this.
Rachel in the background. Y'all know I got these kids.
No, you are fine. Ooh, how do I switch my chat? Yeah, no, I don't be good on this. No, because it expands you. I don't want it.
I think in your settings you can change the grid.
Mm, oh, settings. I can change the grid. Oh, chat, bear with me, bear with me, bear with me. Y'all keep tapping, keep sharing it out. Okay, I'm seeing settings again. So if I do it like this, there we go.
There we go.
Okay.
I know they did an
Sorry.
update, girl, so sometimes
Yes, I was struggling, y'all. So excuse me again, guys. Tap the screen. Welcome in. Shay, how you doing?
I am hanging in there. I'm doing good. Sis, how you doing? How's it been?
I am doing good. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's get into it.
All right. Shoot, I'm ready.
Yes. Take us to the beginning. How did you guys meet?
So we met online. So it was been like
Mhm.
it was around like 2018, Instagram.
Mhm.
And we were friends first. It was because at that point in my life, I was very career driven.
Mhm.
As was my husband. At home, he's a self taught tailor, so had his own tailoring business. And at that time, I was working in fashion PR, and I was
Mhm.
actually in New York back and forth. And we met through a live, and it was a rare, like a really good live. It was black creators, black designers talking with the Council of Fashion Designers, and I was talking to one of the actual panel members because I used to work with them.
Mhm.
And I guess he saw them talking back to me through my comments. So he must have been like, oh, well, this lady must be in for it. So let me try and check in. I
Mhm.
really was just a small, small on the chain. But we became friends after that, just talking about his stuff, business, life, being in two separate places. And then in 2020, during COVID, he had the bright idea that we should date. I always joke and I tell people I think it was because everybody had cabin fever and he was losing his mind in the house, as was I.
Mhm.
And it was the early parts of COVID. So, early beginning COVID, everybody was like going crazy. We stuck in the house, can't
Yes.
go nowhere, can't do anything.
Mhm.
And yeah, so we started dating officially April 14th of 2020. Yeah, April 14th of 2020. And yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So very
Yes.
unconventional, very well, I mean, not in the LDR community because some stories have been unconventional, but yeah, that's kind of like
Yes.
our beginning.
Okay, so boom, y'all met. You said April?
So we made it official April 14th of 2020.
Okay, y'all made it official April 14th of 2020. When did y'all actually meet?
So first trip, when they actually opened the borders again, I went for my birthday. So I was like, well, I'm turning 32. Boom, bam, bang. I always travel for my birthday internationally.
Mm.
So I was like, well, I guess I'm going to go see this man. He keeps asking me to come.
Mhm.
I was like, Nigeria on my bucket list anyway. Let me check it off. Let me hit the continent. And my family was like, oh my God, you going and COVID ain't done yet. You know, but the black
Right, that was a
community,
lot.
it was a lot. You talking planes were still empty at that point. Like you might have had 50, 60 people on the plane. And so February 21, I
Mhm.
went and spent like 3, 4 weeks almost for my birthday. And then I came back home. That was our first official meeting. And
Mhm.
then I turned back around and went back April. So maybe a month in between.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, so preparation to preparing to go to Nigeria, how was that for you?
For me, I'm a traveler. So it's
Mhm.
actually no different than when I go anywhere else.
Mhm.
I'm an overthinker and I am a overpacker. So
Okay.
my mom grew up as a military brat. So a lot of that is habits that I picked up from my mom. So you
Mhm.
always got to have extra outfits because you don't know if your days are going to change. I always check where I'm going, the climate. I look and pick places I want to go to, even though in Nigeria
Mhm.
we know that don't
Work.
always work. But I
Mhm.
was kind of like ahead, like, oh, these are some places I want to go. So I prepared for what I thought the attire might be.
Mhm.
Um, Definitely made sure to get all my vaccines. I do not travel anywhere without knowing what's going on.
Mhm.
So I got 6 or 7 vaccines before I
Mhm.
went to Nigeria over a course of about a month.
Mhm.
Um, had my bug spray,
Mhm.
all of those things, medications I might need. So it's just being a smart traveler, just my
Mhm.
normal prep. It was no difference, just the location was a little bit different.
Mhm.
But that was it.
Okay. So Nigeria, COVID time. Family looking at you sideways.
Side girl, sideways, upside down. My grandparents actually were for it.
Uh-huh.
Like
Okay.
when I went to get my visa, I actually went to DC and my grandparents live in Maryland. So I made an
Mhm.
excuse to go up there and get some Christmas pies before Christmas to come back home.
Mm.
But they were, hey, baby, my niece is in here.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, my grandparents were all for it. My oldest sister was all for it. My middle sister, she was like, I don't know about this. I'm not
Mhm.
comfortable. And I'm like,
Mhm.
ma'am, I'm a whole 31. Like, I travel by myself all the time. It's no different.
Mhm.
But for her, it was, you're going farther. This ain't Europe. This ain't the islands. Like, you going
Mhm.
literally to the other side of the world. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah, they were excited. My grandma's always like, bring me something back. She don't care where you going. Just bring
Mhm.
her something back.
Period.
So of course I had to make sure I did that. But yeah, my
Mhm.
family was for the most part very supportive.
Yes. Okay. So we ready, suited and booted. We hopping on a plane. We going to Nigeria.
Girl, hopped on a plane. I want to say it might have been 62 people on that flight.
Wow.
Like
Okay.
literally boarding was like 10 minutes. It
So you
was
were in. So okay, you going to meet touchdown in Nigeria. What's up? How we feeling?
so
Mhm.
I was stupid nervous, okay? Like, and I'm usually never nervous. Like, so this
Mhm.
was 2021, Afrinique. So this is right when a lot of the borders had started opening back up for international travel. So February 21. Um, so I'm nervous because he had been in Kenya doing some work because my husband would travel back
Okay.
and forth working in Kenya. So
Mhm.
he was coming back. So he was sending me pictures on the plane, and I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm in between airports, and I'm like, I'm really going to meet this man. Okay, questioning myself. I'm in the Air France lounge
Mhm.
and I'm just like, I'm really in Paris halfway to go meet this man. Like, so that last flight, I was on pins and needles because I didn't really know what to expect. It's like when you meet somebody for the first time, you could be talking for forever, right? But that first moment is
Mhm.
like, what if we don't get along for real? Like, I done went all the
Mhm.
way to the other side of the world. And so I get to Nigeria, I go through immigration. I got my older sister on the phone. That's my
Mhm.
anybody who know me know that that's my right hand.
Mhm.
So she on video call with me, and she's like, "You by yourself?" "Yeah." "You got your stuff?" "Yep." "Then got my luggage." He texted me like he already landed because he flew into Lagos, and so he had to fly to meet me in Abuja. So he's like, "Oh,
Mm.
I'm here," and I'm like, "Okay, well, I'm trying to figure my way out this airport."
Mhm.
The airport ain't that big, but again, I don't know my way around.
Mhm.
So I'm still on the phone with my sister, and I'm like, and I made a joke. I said, "Girl, what if he's short?" And she was like, "What?" I said, "What if he's short?" And she was like, "If he's short, he's just short. What do you mean?"
Right.
I said, "No,
Mhm.
now, like, every woman we want tall, dark, handsome, whatever."
Period. Mhm.
And so I was like, "Girl, if he's short, I'm gonna get back on this plane." And she was like, "Dude, just go have fun. That's your friend. Go have fun. Enjoy.
Mhm.
Don't put no expectations. Just enjoy."
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
I'm still talking to her, and I hear him calling the nickname he calls me. "What, son? Here, take your bed here." And I'm like, "Oh no." I told her sister, I said, "Oh no, I think he found me."
Mhm.
And she's like, "Okay." And I'm like, "What, am I supposed to turn around?" And she's like, "Yeah." Like, what you gonna continue to hide? He know what you look like.
Mhm.
And I'm just like, "You right." So she was like, "Get off the phone with me. Just text me once you good."
Mhm.
So I can smell him before I see him. And I'm like, not being funny, y'all, okay? And this is not being mean. But sometimes when you land in certain places, the air is not the freshest, right?
Mhm.
And so I was like, who is this smelling like this? So I'm very big on smell.
Mhm.
And I always knew my husband would be extremely OCD, like
Mhm.
OCD about cleanliness. So I'm like, somebody smell nice. But I could still hear him calling my nickname. And I turned around, I was like, oh, it's him. And I ain't let my sister hang up yet. I was like, girl, it's him. And she was like, so hang up the phone and say, hey. I don't know. I don't want to say hey yet. And it's a, y'all, like, it's not funny because I'm not a shy person in any sense of the word. But
Mhm.
that moment, I felt like my heart dropped out of my ass. Excuse my French.
Mhm.
And I was like, oh, he is tall. And so my sister was like,
Mhm.
okay, bye. And so she hung up. And he's like, hey. And I'm like, hey. Just like that, like, looking. And he's like, you good? How was your flight? Let me take your bags. Now, meanwhile, this man had 2 suitcases of his own because he had been in Kenya for a while. And
Mhm.
I'm like, yeah, I could get my suitcases. He's like, no, let me get it. Immediately
Mhm.
takes my stuff
Mhm.
and gets with one of the cab guys, and he takes everything. My book bag, my 2 suitcases, his book bag, his 2 suitcases. I'm like, who this man think he is? And he doesn't miss a beat, okay? Like, very, very much a gentleman. Um, y'all can hear me with the baby. Sorry, I'm making his bottle,
Mhm.
but or his cup rather.
Mhm.
But he was very gentlemanly, very sweet,
Mhm.
like very kind. I think I don't know that I expected that. I mean, I knew he in general he's a kind guy, but I guess that first meeting, like,
Mhm.
you know how sometimes you don't expect certain things from people, and like, yeah, like Afronika's saying, chivalry is not a big thing here for a lot of men anymore. So to meet
Mhm.
somebody who is attentive like that, I wasn't expecting it because I'm very much independent. I can do this on my own. I don't like most black women, we handle stuff on our own.
Mhm.
And so we get in the cab, and the guy is like trying to talk to me,
Mhm.
and immediately my husband shuts it down. He's like,
Mhm.
okay, no, talk to me. Don't talk to her. And I'm sitting here like,
Whoa,
okay.
whoa, whoa, period.
And he sits in the front seat with the guy. And I'm like, why are you watching the man like that? And he's texting me. And he's like, don't say nothing. Just be quiet. I don't
Mm.
want him to get the wrong idea. And I'm like, cool, I got you. Hey, I'm with you and you right. Cool. So we get to the hotel. We check in. He has to check everything. The man went up to the room, looked at everything,
Mhm.
checked everything, made sure everything was working. And then he was like, okay, like, we can stay here. And I was like, what you mean we can stay here? This is the place that I think I liked anyway. If something was wrong, he was like, no, if it was wrong, we wasn't gonna stay here. I don't want you to stay in certain environments.
Mm,
He made sure it had security, all of these types of things. And
mm,
it was just it was different from what I had experienced before, honestly,
mm,
in past relationships. Usually,
mm,
you know, you have some men who are protectors, but not like that. But it was
mm,
way more than I had ever encountered, which kind of
mm,
caught me off guard a little bit because
mm,
I'm used to being self sufficient. And so having somebody that I could actually say I could depend on was new for me, so to speak.
mm.
Yeah.
Woo! We in Niger with our men. What was? How long did you say? How long was your
So
first
it was
trip?
like 3, almost 4 weeks that I stayed.
Okay.
So I went, might have been 3, closer to 3. So I went
Mm,
the 17th of February, and then I flew back on the 4th of March. So yeah, just a little over 3 weeks.
mm.
Yeah, it was a great
Wow.
time though. It was a wonderful time. I
So
think I
did
hit 3
it?
different cities in one trip.
Okay. Wow. What were the three cities?
So started in Abuja.
Mm,
Then from Abuja we went to his hometown of Benin. And then from
mm,
Benin, we went to Wari, Delta State, where his brother lives.
mm.
So we were back and forth.
Wow.
Yeah.
Benin, Owori.
So Benin, Edo
Uh-huh.
State, Wari, Delta State, and Abuja, which is the federal capital.
Okay. Wow. So I know that was a lot of being on road.
Well, we
A
didn't take
lot.
the road. That's another thing. He was like, "You not riding in transport." We flew everywhere, which he made sure we have plane tickets everywhere. Yeah.
Mm.
Um,
Okay.
and but the ride between, I had to finally convince him to cancel the flight to Wari because I'm like, dude, the ride to Benin is from Benin to Wari is an hour. You got a whole
Mm.
car. We don't need to fly to. Which it took like a week to convince him, and then he was like, okay, fine. But he made sure that 2 other cousins drove up to meet us and followed us to Wari.
Period. That's Autumn, Edo State, Owori, Delta State. Capital City. Okay, somebody wrote it in the chat. Thank you for that. Guys, welcome in. Please make sure you're tapping the screen. Make sure you're following LDR2 Forever. And make sure you are following Shay, guys. She is talking to us about her beautiful love story, um, deployment, diapers, and devotion. So we are in Nigeria. You guys have went to three different states within your first visit. That was about, you said, 3.5 to 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So what else did you guys do?
I mean, honestly, we really spent a lot of time with his family. On my birthday,
Mm,
me and his little brother share the same birthday.
okay.
And he threw a surprise party.
Mm,
Now, of course, my thought is me and little brother gonna turn up, we gonna have fun. And little brother was in on the surprise party. He's like, no,
mm,
you knew you here, sis. This your first time here. Like, let's just host a party for you. And I'm like, no. But we had a good time. All of his
mm,
cousins was there, his parents were there, his siblings were there.
mm.
Um, mommy put her foot in some pots, okay? His big
Okay.
sister put her, like, the women cooked. My sister-in-law was an amazing chef. Like, they went all out. His cousin
Mm,
is a baker, and she's also who did our wedding cake. Um, Phenomenal birthday cake. Like, it
mm,
was just a really nice time. Um,
mm,
we went, of course, to the malls. His family in Benin. His dad comes from a lineage of the Oba, which is like the king of the Benin's kingdom. And
mm,
so his dad, I'm a history nerd, like big history nerd. And so I got to really spend time with his dad, learning about the stories and how the kingdom came to be and all of those different things. So it was
mm.
just a really nice trip. We got engaged on that trip.
Yes.
And yep, we had clothes. We did clothes. We did a whole photo shoot actually,
Okay, nice.
which I can share some pictures later if y'all want to see.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we did our whole like engagement photo shoot that he set up, had a whole planner that he put together. It was really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Period. Yes. They say yes, ma'am. They want to see him. Okay. So y'all got engaged on the trip.
Hmm.
Initially, as you were preparing to go, how were things? How was the conversation like? Were you guys dating
Yeah,
or okay, okay, okay.
yeah.
Y'all were
So
dating.
by
Okay,
that
cool.
point, we had been dating like 10 months. Hey, so girl. 10 months, almost 11 months.
Hmm.
By the time I went in February.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes. So, what made you sure that it was him?
Sometimes I sit back and think about that. And
Hmm.
I even laugh now because, like I said, I was so career driven that it
Hmm.
wasn't a lot that could deter me from what I was doing.
Hmm.
And so the time that I realized that I would take to be able to be on the phone with him, or, you
Hmm.
know, even the time coming to visit for that long, you talking taking off of work, you talking all of these things. And
Hmm.
so when he asked, I was like, well, I done came halfway across the world for this man. It better be something,
Hmm.
like, even
Hmm.
though we were friends, and, you still need to have friends in different places. I've always believed that. But
Hmm.
I'm like, okay, this got to be a big deal. I've come all the way over here. His family has welcomed me with open arms. And his efforts, the things that he went out of his way to do, like even reaching out to my sister to try and find out things that I might like or things that I would want to do. Like, he really put in a lot of effort. And so it just really showed me the type of person that I was dealing with. And I was like, well, I ain't getting no younger, but
Hmm.
just it's nice to feel like somebody sees you, like somebody
Hmm.
wants to
Yeah.
be in your life, so to speak.
Hmm. Hmm.
And yeah, so it was easy to say yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, for
Period.
sure.
So, our trip is coming to an end. Well, first, how I know you said his sisters and mom was throwing down. We ain't getting no younger. We might as well do it. Yes. You said his sisters and mom was throwing down. What was your favorite Nigerian dish? What was your favorite
Oh
dish?
man, I tried so many different things when I was there because I'm a
Hmm.
foodie. Now me, okay, the bushmeat thing, I'm not.
Okay.
He did get me though. So at that birthday, mommy made chicken. She made goat. She made beef. Mommy made a few different things. Like, it was so much
Hmm.
food, it was crazy. And hey sis, how you doing? And so mommy had made some antelope, and she gave him the plate to bring to me. She told him to give me the plate of chicken. My
Hmm.
husband, being a jokester, handed me the plate. It looked like chicken. It looked the same as everything else.
Hmm.
Turns out it was antelope. And so mommy comes out of the kitchen and she's like, oh, my daughter, you are eating the antelope. I say, mommy, huh? Mommy say, yes now. That's the antelope. And I look at him and he look away. And I was like, really? I'm pretty sure that this was for you. And he was like, yeah, but I wanted you to try it. I didn't want to tell you. I wanted you to give me your opinion first. And mommy popped him upside the back of his head. Like, no,
Girl, cause what?
like, I will not lie though. It was good. Okay. It
Okay,
was
cause
good.
I
But
was over
once I
here
knew
side
what it
eyeing.
was,
Mm.
I couldn't eat it again. But
Mm.
I've tried a few different things. Like, one
Mm.
of the soups of the Benins is called black soup. It's actually a really healthy soup.
Mm.
My father-in-law's favorite. It's just basically a lot of leaves, but it actually is very healing. That one is really
Mm.
good.
Mm.
Mommy, of course, made a goosey. My husband is a good cook,
Mm.
believe it or not. So I mean, we had some everything. I had agbono, I had vegetable soup, I had banga soup. My sister-in-law is a robo from Delta State, so that is like
Mm.
their one of their native dishes. Banga soup and starch.
Mm.
I mean, just some of everything. And he introduced me to a lot just so that I could say I had different experiences with the different types of food.
Mm. Period. Our trip comes to an end, and you on your way home. How you feeling?
I was sad. Um,
Uh-huh.
like because I had really enjoyed myself, and as much as I was working, I wasn't really used to getting a break. And so just being able to have that downtime and just be around somebody who wants to be around me.
Mhm.
Um, being able to experience something new. The whole like the family was excited with the engagement, so everybody was around. I mean, I do mean everybody. My husband has a very large family. It's a
Mhm.
whole bunch of them. And so like the welcoming and realizing I was going home and having to leave them, and I was like, I don't know when I'll be back to see y'all,
Right.
um, because we didn't like. At that point, we weren't immediately like planning another trip. It was just kind of being in the moment of
Mhm.
while we were there, and so it was
Mhm.
really sad. And I remember telling my grandparents when I got home, I was like, I miss Nigeria.
Mhm.
And my grandfather, at one point, being in the army, had been to Africa, but he had never been to Nigeria. And he was like, yeah, Africa is a
Mhm.
beautiful place. I understand. And so my grandmother was like, well, when are you going back? I don't know. We haven't picked out a date yet. So it was
Mhm.
hard. It was very hard leaving him. He was really sad. And he was like, well, we'll figure out when you can come back. And I was like, yeah, okay. And I flew back to Abuja by myself. And
Mhm.
I stayed overnight at a hotel that, of course, he picked. And he had called the front desk and talked to security and everybody at
Mhm.
the hotel before I got there to make sure I was gonna be okay. Like I was just like,
Period.
dude, I'm like I'm okay.
But he had to make sure.
Yeah, he did. And when I got there, you in the room? Let me see. Show me everywhere. What do you mean? The room ain't but so big. Show me. Okay, fine. You got to check everywhere. The bathroom. Close the window. Dude, I'm on the fourth floor. Close the window. Okay. Like,
Mhm.
and I'm sitting here like, do this man know where I'm from? I know the clothes.
Mhm.
So like, but it was just the little things like that. And so I get
Mhm.
back home and it was hard. I was like, damn, I'm back to America. Dang.
Mhm.
Like, because I love travel. So when I come back home, I always kind of feel this sense of, dang, I'm ready to go again.
Mhm.
But it was different. This was like, I'm ready to go back and see him. I'm ready to go back and see his
Mhm.
family and his nieces and nephews, the babies. I had so much fun with them. And so it was definitely different.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you reached back in the States. How was the conversation like? When were you guys planning now a wedding or
Yeah.
to get married? You got to tell your family
So
that you engaged now.
the family knew. They
Okay.
knew as soon as
Okay.
it happened, actually.
Okay. Okay. That's good.
Um, and when I got back, we had initially planned. Hey, Anthony. We had initially planned for August for everybody to come back over, and I was bringing my family.
Mm.
And we already, like I said, had a planner, and she was already on top of it. Phenomenal, by the way. This woman is the baddest in Nigeria, like hands down.
Mm.
And my grandmother says to me, she calls me and she was like, well, you guys got to start this long immigration process. I'm like, yeah, Nana, I'm not looking forward to it. And she has a friend who's a senator in Maryland. So she's like, well, I know what you're dealing with, blah, blah, blah. So my grandmother and my grandfather says, well, we want to send you back. I said, send me back when? I just got home. And they're like, well, technically you still are on vacation from work, which was true. So I got home March 4th. By April 7th, I was back on the plane. Literally, I was back on the plane. Yes.
Wow.
And so I got to Nigeria and we got married a year exactly. So April 14th of 2021 is the day we got married. Yes, sis, I miss Rachel in the background. So yeah, that was how that happened. But meanwhile, we were still planning everything else. We were still planning our traditional wedding. We were still planning our white wedding. We just did the court wedding
Hmm.
before, so it was already out of the way.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So, wow. So a year later, you went back, you got married, and now you on your way back home?
So I stayed for 2 weeks
Okay.
when I went that time.
Okay.
And that was kind of like we got a million things to do because I'm so OCD. So we talking wedding planning. I'm
Mm,
full in. My mom was a wedding planner here in the States, so my head is going a mile a minute. We meet with the planner, we meet with the photographer, we meet with the makeup artist, we getting
mm,
clothes made, we talking with the designer. Like it was a lot.
mm,
And then his dad was like, well, with the traditional, you got to do this. Okay, daddy. Yes, sir. I get you. I got it.
mm,
And my mother-in-law and father-in-law stepped in a lot to help on that end.
mm,
But it was a crazy 2 weeks. Very much so.
mm.
Yeah.
Wow. What's next after that? What's next? You come back
So we
home.
so we had a
Uh-huh.
break. We had a break. So initially we had pushed for August, but then we kind of pushed it back to September. Because one of the venues we wanted had to do some emergency repairs. And so
Mm,
I was like, oh no, now we got to find a new venue.
mm,
And we still ended up changing the venue to another one that we liked. But at that
mm,
point, we were just like, okay, cool. Like, we just going to push it back. No big
mm.
deal. Plus, it gave me a little bit more time to prepare my grandparents because we
Yes.
travel with them a lot, but they've never flown 12 hours on,
Right.
flying. They like to
Mm,
cruise for 14 days. They ain't usually
mm,
on a plane like that. So,
mm,
and getting everybody's visas and stuff. So, it took a little bit of time. Um, but it was definitely in planning mode. And he was like, well, hurry up and come back. And I'm like, I can't come back yet. Like, we
mm,
got stuff to do. But in that
mm,
time, it was hectic. It was stressful. He was
mm,
stressed out because I was stressed out because like I said, I'm OCD. I'm an overthinker. And I
mm,
wanted to make sure that everything we did was respectful for his
mm,
family and for my family. So it was just
mm,
making sure that the things we did were conducive to what his family required of certain things, and certain things had to be
mm,
done for with my family, and certain traditions had to be done. And so it was just
mm,
making sure, like, really having the time to just sit back and get that type of stuff done. So there's those 4 or 5 months in between kind of gave us that time to do it.
mm. So now you're on your way back again.
Yes, ma'am. Toting 3 extra people. Got my 80 some year old grandparents and my sister. And
Yes.
that's who went with me. I mean, we had imagine taking your grandparents. So the way we did the flights is we started out in New York. So they flew from Maryland to New York. Y'all, here go the toddler tearing up my cutlery. Um, so we all met in New York, and then from
Mm,
New York, I kind of broke up the flight for them because I didn't want it to be so long, because with them being older, you talking blood clots and all of those different types of things.
mm,
So we flew to Paris, and then from Paris we flew to Nigeria.
mm,
Um, and the whole time he was like, "When y'all gonna get here?" I'm
mm,
like, "Dude, we on the plane. We gonna get there." And he tracking the flights. And okay, well, I see what time y'all supposed to land. I'm like, you ain't gonna be there because we flew into Abuja again, and then
mm,
we flew once we got to Nigeria. We flew the next day. So again, just giving my grandparents a break. We flew the next morning, and yeah, son, thank you. And he was just so excited. He was like, well, all of us are at the airport. And I'm like, all of who? Literally, we get to the airport. It's him, his brother, his 2 cousins. They meet us at the airport.
mm,
And my grandparents are like, oh, this is such a, this is, y'all know how old the people are. This is so nice. Benin airport that big. The whole airport
Mhm.
is the snap of your hand. And he's just, they get everything in the car, and he's like greeting my grandparents and, thanking them for coming.
Mhm.
And my grandparents are like, yeah, of course, we couldn't miss coming to Nigeria. Like, this is a big deal. And we get to his parents' house,
Mhm.
and his mother comes out, and his dad comes out. And no, I didn't honestly. I flew to Abuja just because I wanted them to have that break. Wasn't necessarily worried about the Lagos airport. I just didn't want them flying that straight 12. Um, because my grandmother has issues with her knee, and so I wanted her to have the opportunity to kind of take a break in between.
Mhm.
But yeah, the whole family was there to greet my
Mhm.
grandparents. They came over. We had like this really nice Airbnb. It was like 3 bedrooms, and his whole family came over
Mhm.
and bought food. And of course, we were
Wow.
cooked. And so that was like our informal introduction,
Mhm.
so to speak.
Okay.
So some people do really big introductions. We didn't really do all that. We put
Mhm.
everything else to other things. So
Mhm.
his dad's brothers came, his mom's
Mhm.
sisters. Hey, Miss Malama. His mom's sister came.
Mhm.
His oldest sister was there, his oldest brother and his wife and their daughter and
Mhm.
his little brother. So that was kind of how we did that introduction part when we got there.
Mhm. Yes. Okay. So after the introduction part, what was next?
So we had like 3 or 4 days in between doing that and the actual
Mhm.
traditional ceremony. So at that point, it was mostly getting prepared for the ceremonies itself.
Mhm.
So the final fittings for dresses, the making sure that the venues were right, making sure that everybody had what they need, making sure that the gifts for yeah, Mr. Hyde, I'll show some of the pictures. Making sure that the gifts for that we were giving to the guests were ready.
Mhm.
Make sure all the family members had their actual cloth that they were wearing. So we had picked colors. So
Mhm.
his parents and my grandparents were wearing like a peach color.
Mhm.
And then the siblings and the cousins wore like wine. So everybody was able to be identified with who was who. Let
Mhm.
me see, because everybody wants me to show pictures. Let me
Sure.
see. Now I got to remember how to do this because,
Effects, the green screen.
oh Lord,
Or
where's
are you
green?
switching? Are you switching it? Do you have the pictures with
I
you?
have them on my phone. Yeah.
Okay, yes. So you click the effects part, and
Uh
then you
huh.
pick a green screen, and then you just go to your gallery and pick what picture it is.
Okay, let me find green screen.
Sure.
But I can still talk while I'm doing that. Um,
I think it's gonna cut you out when you.
is
Oh,
it
okay, you says you can still talk. Yes, but once you
okay?
click your
You can still hear me
profile,
though, right?
uh huh.
Okay, there it is. Okay, green screen, green screen. Why is showing me a football field? That ain't the okay. Whatever. That's I guess. Hold on. Let me try and figure out how to show you these pictures though. Uh, Not that one. That's not the one. I knew it was something. Okay, here we go. So let me try and go to my pictures. But yeah, so it was a lot, a lot, a lot. And anybody who has had a wedding in Nigeria, whoo, my God, let me just put it to you that way, is
Mhm.
people, movement, catering, cakes, clothes,
Yes.
everything. Like everything you could possibly think of is happening at one time. And you got people asking you your opinion on this. You got people who want to see this. You got, oh, we got to call you to confirm this. And so my husband he was really dealing with a lot of the running around where I was dealing with like a lot of the um picking and choosing of what was
Mhm.
certain things. So like I'm gonna move. So I'm gonna let y'all see this one. So this is the day we did our traditional wedding.
Wow. Oh. That is so nice.
And so the beads are coral beads, and so it's worn generally. It is only worn by the Oba's wife, right? It is a sign of her and like a respect for the Oba and his wives and the royal family.
Mhm.
Now again, because like I said, my husband's family is of the lineage of like in his village, his family is the ruling family of the village. But now for Edo women, it's worn two times. People wear it for weddings, and then people also wear it when their parents may pass away. So their mother or their father.
Wow.
So the daughters can wear it as a sign of, respect
Mm.
when somebody passes away. Um,
Wow.
so let me show y'all some of the wedding pictures. Now, a lot of the ladies in the comments, a few of them have been around with me from the very beginning. So they actually watched the wedding. We did it on Facebook Live so that
Okay.
a lot of my friends and family who could not travel but who wanted to be there, so they could actually see the wedding. So I'm trying to show y'all the
Mm.
full dress because this dress was huge, but it was so big I couldn't hardly get through the door. But that's our one of our wedding
Oh.
pictures.
Wow. Wow. They saying in the comments, top notch wedding. Yes, it was a big event. Love it.
All of
Princess
them know me.
Stay.
Like Onyx
Yes,
has been
beautiful
around
bride.
forever.
Okay.
Miss Jahida, Kiki, Queen BU, like they've known me for years. So they
Okay.
they were literally going through this process with me when I was planning and when I was traveling over. Um,
Wow.
and it wasn't super extravagant
Mm.
to because I've seen some more extravagant weddings. Like my planner has done a couple like 20-30 million naira weddings. Ours was
Mm.
now it was shocking because his parents asked us at the end how much we spent on the wedding. So
Mm.
in 2021, it was like the equivalent of like 5 million naira, give or take.
Yeah.
Um, we didn't have 600 people. My husband did
Mm.
not want that. Um, he actually didn't even invite all of his family. To be honest, we had like
Wow.
100 and maybe 80 people at
Mm.
the end. Some people did show up that wasn't invited, but hey, that's a Nigerian wedding. If people don't show up uninvited, your wedding
Right.
ain't hitting. Just how I put it to you like
Yes.
that. But we really tried to be mindful, like not blow a whole budget or just go crazy. But we did do what was necessary as per tradition calls. Um,
Mm.
so I'm trying to see if I can show y'all the wedding cake. Okay, so here's the wedding cake.
Wow.
And so that
Okay.
is a picture from my planner's business page.
Mm.
And yes, sis, they will pull up at the wedding. You ain't even got to call. Like all people got to smell is food, and they coming. Uh,
Yes.
so his cousin is a very, very good baker in Nigeria.
Mm.
And each layer of the cake was a different flavor. The only thing we had was the piece of cake that we cut to do with the cake cutting. We didn't have the rest of that cake. We literally at the end of the wedding, when our planner was like, "What y'all want to do with the cake?" We gave a tier to each one family member. So we gave one tier. The biggest tier went to his parents. The
Mm.
second tier went to his mom's oldest sister. The third tier went to his dad's brothers, and then the other two tiers I think went to cousins because we was like, we not finna eat this.
Mm.
There was no point in keeping it. Um, but so we had fun. It was definitely my husband is more like laid back and relaxed. I'm a little bit
Mm.
more over the top. Um, we disagreed a lot in planning that wedding
Mm.
because he was like, "No, we don't have to go crazy," and I'm like, "Dude, I'm only doing this once. So if we doing this once, I'm getting everything I want out of my wedding this one time." And
Mm.
he, of course, gave in.
Mm.
So this was our outfit change at the white wedding.
Wow. Wow, this is beautiful. Chat, are y'all seeing this?
We only did the one
Wow.
change. Like he
Okay.
didn't want to change a whole bunch of times. I didn't want to change a whole bunch of times. We was tired because the traditional wedding
Mm,
was Friday, and then the white wedding was Saturday. So literally after the traditional wedding, we got back to the hotel. He went to the hotel because they gave them like the groom's suite, whatever thing. Um, oh yes, the fabric. I'll explain that. Um,
mm,
and then we just kind of was up at 3 a.m. the next morning
mm.
to start for the white wedding. But this
Yes.
fabric here is
Mm,
actually called George. Now, my husband was living in Delta State at the time. My sister-in-law and his brother had just got married in 2020, and I really loved the fabric she had. And so I was like, sis, I want that. George can be really, really expensive.
mm,
Me, however, I am frugal Franny. I'm gonna find it, and I'm gonna find it for a lesser price. But
mm,
I met a vendor in Port Harcourt, which is River State, and
mm,
she had really beautiful fabric. So that day, I actually only spent about 20,000, 28,000 for my fabric. But on
mm.
average, George can be anywhere from 70,000 to 100,000 or more just for the fabric.
Naira.
And
And what is
Naira,
that
yes, and Naira,
in
yes,
US
yes.
currency?
Right, and Naira, yeah. It's a very expensive fabric.
Mm,
And the day of the traditional wedding, when I showed y'all that picture,
mm,
and I'll show you a different one so you can actually see the fabric. That is
mm,
traditional to the Benin people. So it's like a velvet, and it was embroidered. And the lady who did my okuku, Miss Winnie,
mm,
she had real coral beads, which was another thing that was really important to me because some people they do get the coral beads, but they don't spend the money on the real coral beads because they can be really, really expensive.
mm,
But so of course I didn't buy him outright because he got
mm,
me some later. But for that day, we just kind of rented the coral beads,
mm,
and she brought the fabric because my father-in-law really wanted me to have what was what they would normally wear, and I actually did
mm.
like it better than having a dress made. Because in our engagement pictures, which I'll show you, I already
Uh-huh.
had worn the traditional fabric.
Mm.
So let me show you one of our engagement pictures. This is one of our engagement pictures.
Oh, Shay, you didn't come to play. Okay.
And we actually took those
Wow.
pictures at the hotel that we stayed at. That
Oh,
was
I'm
one of
loving
the
this.
suites. So it was you see the
Wow.
fabric is really pretty. It's really nice.
Yes. It's
Um it's
like a
literally velvet.
velvet. Okay, she said literally, so
It's literally
okay.
velvet. Like, and then
Wow.
this dress, all of that on the like the bodice area is hand
Uh-huh.
beaded by my designer.
Okay.
Yeah. The whole thing was
Wow.
hand beaded. And his suit was made custom.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that wasn't made was the tie, and I picked the tie and I brought it from over here. Because
Yes.
I didn't want he was like, I'm gonna wear a bow tie. And I was like, I don't want you to wear a bow tie, I want you to wear a tie.
Yes.
And so that was kind of how we did that. So it was like
Oh.
it was nice. It was very nice. Our photographer, yes, yes, sis. Yeah, Kiki, that's the fabric, the velvet fabric.
Mm,
But our photographer was amazing. If anybody ever needs a photographer in Nigeria, I got you. He was really, really good. And he came prepared. He had all the
mm,
equipment, he had the lighting, the setup. I mean, dude went all out, and our pictures turned out really, really nicely.
mm,
Um, very professional. Like, we even got a book. He gave us, I think it's at least like 100 pages. Like, we had over, by the time we were done, like 400 pictures from our between the court wedding, because he did our court wedding pictures. That's another engagement picture. Um, if y'all can see, there you go.
oh.
Yeah, Kiki, I got you, girl. I'll make sure you have his contact. Um, and then I
These
get you.
are pretty. Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah, they take
Oh.
a lot of pictures, a lot. I mean, even our court wedding, he came and took a whole big bunch of pictures, and I was like, dude, like, we don't need no more pictures. If I showed y'all the picture book, you would be like. And then he gave us a flash drive with all of the pictures. I was like, I don't need any more.
Period.
We got enough. We good. But it was nice. The wedding was beautiful.
Wow.
My grandparents enjoyed it. His parents had a really nice time. And for me, like his mom cooked for his sister's wedding in 2018, and then she cooked for his
Mhm.
brother's wedding in 2020. But I didn't want her to have that experience. Like I wanted mommy to be able to just enjoy, have her
Mhm.
girls come and her little group of her church ladies, and really be
Yes.
able to enjoy her son's wedding. So that's why we opted to have a caterer versus having mommy cook. So she
Mhm.
got to dress up. When I tell y'all, my mother-in-law looked good. Okay,
Oh.
mommy came
Yeah.
out swinging. When she came out with that East on Laurent purse, I said, "Mommy,
Period.
let me get the bag, girl. Let me like, come on, like It was a fun
Yeah.
time, and her and my grandmother got along really well, and they went out
Oh.
shopping, and I don't even know half the stuff that my grandma came back home with, a whole nother suitcase of stuff.
Mm.
Um, but it was a really nice experience for my
Mhm.
family, and his family just really embraced my family,
Mhm.
and it really meant a lot to be able to blend the two. Yes, they be stepping out like I can't even tell you, like seeing
Mhm.
my family and his family. It was nice. And
Mhm.
I was happy to have been able to have that experience because not everybody gets to have their family come for their wedding.
Yes.
And even though we did our court wedding with just us and his family, which 20 people in his family showed up at the Benin Federal Registry. You know how you supposed to have two people to witness.
Mm.
My father-in-law called everybody. And in our picture from the registry, I counted 20 people outside of us.
Wow.
It was so many
Yes.
people at the registry. The registrar was like, well, where's everybody going to sit?
Mhm.
Because
Oh
The
wow.
Benin registry is not as big as like Ikoyi and Lagos. Um, but it was nice to have that support. That really,
Mhm.
what for me was a big
Yes.
deal. It let me know like, hey, we're accepting you. We are welcoming you to the family. We're supporting you guys in this endeavor. So that was a big deal.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Wow. So that's a lot.
we had a lot going
After,
on.
yes. Okay. So I love what I'm really loving is the fact that your family was 10 toes down to pulling
Yeah,
up
yeah.
and going there and truly marrying into the family, into the culture. And I think that's beautiful. So you on your way back home. This is our third trip, right?
Mm-hmm. By now, this is
Yes.
trip 3. And I
Okay.
stayed, my family left. And I
Okay.
stayed until October. I stayed until the end of October. So I
So
stayed for a month.
okay, you stay for a month. So that's
Mm-hmm.
good. A lot, pretty much most of your. I don't know. It's the echo.
Can you, I hold on? Let me see. Where's one?
I don't
It's
know.
not Miss Rachel, is it?
No, no, no. Miss Rachel was fine. Keep playing Miss Rachel.
Do you still hear
Let
the
them
echo?
a little bit. Chat. Is it okay?
Cause I don't hear it.
Okay, I'm hearing it in my ear. Chat, how is the audio? Is the audio okay? It's okay? It's fine? Okay, cool. Thank you guys so much. Guys, welcome in. Please make sure you're tapping the screen. Make sure you're supporting. Make sure you're helping us get our live goal. Please give your daily heart me. Please make sure you're also following the host as well as our guest for this evening. Guys, this is juicy. It's really sweet and it's a beautiful love story. I'm liking it. I'm loving the fabric. I'm loving the detail. I've always seen Nigerian weddings. I went to one here locally, but this is beautiful.
Yes,
Thank you so
Nigerian
much.
weddings, Ghanaian weddings, and then I have my friend from high school is getting married. She's Congolese, so I'm excited to experience
A
her wedding in
Congolese
October.
wedding. Yes.
Yes, yes. So
Oh,
I'm
that's gonna
like,
be good.
and I love that the weddings, like we do weddings big here in the U.S., right? You know, we got the
Mm-hmm.
cousins and we got the turn up, but it's a different vibe. Like it's really like weddings in Nigeria are really moments of blending families, right? Where like weddings here, we just be ready to laugh and hang out and turn up and so it's different.
Mm-hmm.
Um so yeah.
What's up?
Hola. Hello, sir. So yeah, it was a fun time. It was nice.
Mm-hmm.
It was fun. What, what are you going? Okay. The husband's home.
Period.
Give your husband a kiss when your husband get back home.
Thank you. So it was great. It was a fun time. If I could do it all over again, I would. I literally would. My
Mm-hmm.
husband probably not so much because I stressed him out.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's very simple and like I said, I'm very over the top. So where most important thing for him was everything being right at the traditional wedding. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
everything got to be right all around. Everybody got
Mm-hmm.
to get lit. Everybody got to have what they need. I don't want mommy to cook. Mommy can't cook nothing, but she did cook at the
Mm-hmm.
traditional wedding. I'm gonna tell y'all, I was upset. Okay, because I didn't get to eat, and when mommy cooked, I be.
Come
I was,
on,
but
what?
it was such a crazy weekend. I don't think he ate. No, I take that back.
Mm-hmm.
He probably did after everybody left.
Mm-hmm.
But it was such a long weekend, y'all. Like that's the one thing about these weddings when you do them, you gonna be tired. You gonna need about 2 days after to just take a breather
Wow.
because it's so the celebration and everybody wants to be around and my husband's family, like his cousins, he's very close to them. Yes, I live in the U.S. Um, he's very close with his family, so all of his cousins and they all get along like brothers and sisters, pretty much. And so they
Mm-hmm.
were all around, and his friends were there. So we want to turn up the night before the wedding, and I'm like, man, go to
Mm-hmm.
sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all need to go to sleep. I am the
Yes.
typical, not even really a bridezilla, but I'm like, y'all better not be late. Y'all be
Better
on
be on
time.
time.
And
Period.
time is so relative in Nigeria. Like everybody, all of us, I don't care where you from. If you are a person of color, we all be on CP time. It never fails. It don't matter how much you plan. You're gonna be somebody gonna be late
Girl,
every time.
that's us. Every
That's just
time.
us. Yeah, like
Every single
and no matter
time.
how much I was talking to my planner, like, yo, we gonna be late. And she's like, it's okay. No, ma'am. I want to be on time. Like, but it was a great
Mm-hmm.
experience. One I
Yes.
encourage everybody at some point, if you can, to have.
Yes. Period.
Yeah.
So we are coming back from Nigeria. This is our third time.
Mm-hmm.
And we coming back married.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you
Yeah.
was already married, matter of fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because we
So,
had already done.
right. So, did you start any of the immigration process when you got married?
No.
Okay, I'm
No.
here for it.
So mine is a very, very different story. And yes, Miss Nyla was literally on the phone with me on video call while I was sitting at the in the car the day of the wedding. She absolutely was.
Oh,
I and
yes.
yes, like so. This is why I say a lot of these women have been with me through all of
Okay,
this.
period.
Cause she was on the phone, and I was like, I'm hot, I'm tired, I'm sleepy. But she really was like, but
Yes.
with our immigration story. So
Mhm.
my sister used to work for an immigration attorney, so I kind of knew a little bit about how things were set up here.
Mhm.
So I played what I call a very strategic game.
Mhm.
We did not immediately file because
Mhm.
keep in mind they can come on two different types of visas. They either
Mhm.
are coming with a 2 year or a 10 year, right?
Mhm.
So we did not file immediately.
Immediately, y'all
Mm-mm.
waited
I
for
was
that 2 year.
We waited literally. We filed May of 2023,
Wow.
so we had already hit the 2 year time frame. So that by the time he got it, he would already come with a 10-year. And then two, I was watching the different embassies. So I was
Mm,
keeping up with Ghana. I was keeping up with what was going on in Lagos. I was looking at other embassies because a lot of people had started transferring. People were going to Senegal, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire. Now a lot of people are going to the Benin Republic. So I was watching those
mm,
different things like, okay, if Lagos don't start moving, where we going? You
right.
even had some of the women whose husbands had moved to Mexico. Like it was a whole different thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it was strategic. And because my husband had his own stuff going on, it wasn't necessarily a rush because
Mm,
he had his own businesses and stuff going on. So it was like, all right, we just gonna play this by ear. What's gonna be
mm,
easier? What's gonna make the most sense? Because the immigration process can be lengthy, it can be stressful, it can be
mm-hmm.
long, frustrating. So what's gonna be the easier way to get this done? So we filed May 6, 2023.
Mm-hmm.
By that point, I was already expecting our son. And I had just finished training with the airline, so I was coming out of a new career.
Mm,
And I was like, okay, well, we got some stuff going on.
mm-hmm. Yes.
And we get to August. I have the baby.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I got sick 2 weeks after having him.
Mm,
And I was like, okay, this is not good. I had to literally be
mm,
hospitalized again. And
mm,
so at that point, I told my husband, I said, yo, like, I don't know what's going to happen. So I'm going to reach out to the senator and I'm going to try and file an expedite because I don't know what's going on with these complications.
mm,
So I reached out in North Carolina. I reached out to
mm,
the senator and their team was amazing. Like, they were supportive the whole way through. Like,
mm,
I had letters and everything from the doctors. I had all the hospital information and everything.
mm-hmm.
And so the representative, I sent it to her. I was so stressed. I was like, I'm giving all to her in one email. I'm not doing back and forth. I want everything given to her at one time. I sent her
Mm-hmm.
email at 3:40 a.m. and I went to bed and I prayed. I said, okay, God, do your big one. Whatever you're going to do, because a lot of people at
Yes.
that point have been expediting and been getting told no. But I had
Mm,
three friends who may be on the live. One of them may be on
mm-hmm.
the live that had gotten approved. And I was like, okay, God, well, there's a little bit, a little bit of
Right.
chance for
Mm-hmm.
us. And so she emailed me at 8 a.m. and she said, hey, Shawanda, I got everything. I've sent it off to the consulate. I said, okay, yes, ma'am. Now
Mm,
keep in mind, we had only filed in May. So we was just 5 months in.
mm,
And she was like, I'm reaching out USCIS to your location because there are 5 centers that do your processing.
mm,
By 4:48, I remember the time when I saw her send me an email. And
mm.
she was like, it's been approved. And I was like, excuse me?
Wow.
Same day. And then she calls me because I see an email come from USCIS to tell me to log in and check there's been a change to your case. And I'm telling
Mm.
my sister, I said, dude, I'm scared. So I answered the phone and I'm like, hey, Miss Renee, such and such. And she was like, sweetheart, we've gotten you approved. I've never seen an approval this fast for expedite.
Wow. So can you briefly just, you guys married? When did you marry?
So our court wedding was April 14th of 21.
April
Our
14th,
tra-
2021. Mm-hmm.
our traditional wedding was September 17th, 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Our white wedding was September 18th of 2021.
Mm-hmm.
We filed May the 6th of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had my son August 17th. I went back into the hospital the 29th. So September the 1st is when I emailed the senator. And
Mm.
September 1st, we had an approval from the first stage of USCIS.
Okay. September 2023. And you filed that
May of 23.
May. Wow. Okay. And it was expedited due to
Medical.
medical. Yes. Okay.
Yep.
So boom, we get approved September 2023.
Yep. So we get approved, and she says, we're going to wait like a week for
Mhm.
you to get your welcome letter to NVC. I said, yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
Okay. She said, I'll know when you get it, but make sure you call me and let me know for sure. No problem.
Mhm.
So we wait that week. Sure enough, the letter from NVC comes through, and I call her. I said, Miss Renee, I got it. She said, I see it. I'm sending an expedite request in the morning to the Lagos consulate.
Mhm.
I said, okay, yes, ma'am. Now this is where I was like, what, buddy? Here, come get it. And immediately I was like, Lagos gonna give me, as the Nigerians say, they gonna show me shege.
Mhm.
I was prepared for them to come back with something stupid. I just was like, okay, we gonna wait
Mhm.
3 days. I get another notification. She calls me, Shawanda. I said, yes, ma'am. Hey, Miss Renee, as I always greet her. She's like, we got the approval from Lagos. I said, hey, all right, great,
Wow.
wonderful.
Yes.
Now, and at the same time that we're waiting on this, I'm preparing to take my son to meet his dad. So we done went and got visa. We doing visa on arrival paperwork. My sister is
Yes.
going again for the second time.
Oh, wow.
My nephew came on this trip. My
Yes.
godmother
Mhm.
came on this trip. So I'm trying to get everybody's paperwork done.
Yes.
And so all of this is happening. We get to Lagos and we get to spend time. He gets time with his son.
Yes.
While we are there in November, we get the interview letter. And I'm freaking out. Now, my two friends, Queen BU and Kiki Aboti, I was stressing them out like, y'all, they don't sit there this thing. We can't log into the portal, can't upload nothing to the portal, can't put the documents in, like nothing.
So once you got the approval, then you were just trying to plan to get a
So when you get the
the
approval,
uh-huh.
right? They will, once you pay the fees, they will open up the portal and you have to upload more documents. So the
Mm-hmm.
DS-260 has to be uploaded, which is mostly his information,
Mm-hmm.
but part of yours. So then we sitting there trying to remember all the stuff. You got to have 10 years worth of addresses. No, 10 years
Right.
worth of employment for him.
Right.
Then they
Mm-hmm.
want addresses for back when he's 17.
Mm-hmm.
My husband 30, 28, 30 years old. Who don't nobody remember? But fine, we got to get it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah. See, she said she was straight because I was calling her every day, Miss Randy. So hey, I can't upload what I'm supposed to do. I'm emailing the consulate left and right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm emailing my senator because I'm like, we can't upload anything. She emailing the liaison at Lagos Embassy. It was a mess, and I
Mm-hmm.
was just like, you know what? I'm gonna cross my T's and I'm gonna dot my I's. I gave my husband everything that we were supposed to upload. I put it in a Rolodex and I'm gonna show y'all just how OCD I am. Because I didn't want him to get there the day of the interview. Because Lagos is petty like this. If you are missing something or they don't have something that they say they need, they will not do your interview and they will tell you to reschedule.
Mm-hmm.
And you be done waited how long? You talking some people years, right? And so their system, I'm like, this ain't our fault that y'all couldn't open the portal. Now I can see his side where his stuff was supposed to go, but like our stuff where we have to put in our I-864, we have to
Mm-hmm.
upload our tax statements and all of that. I couldn't put anything in. And
Mm-hmm.
so me being me, in the portal, there was an extra space. I uploaded everything of mine in that extra space
Mm-hmm.
because y'all not finna say y'all ain't got it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want no issues for him because I
Mm-hmm.
already knew how everybody could be, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it was just really being prepared. And that's one thing I always have tried to share with other women who I know. Be prepared. Don't give them the opportunity to tell you your own story. Don't give them the opportunity to make conclusions or assumption about your relationship because of what they don't see.
Right.
So this is what my
Mm-hmm.
husband took to the interview.
Okay.
Everything that was submitted, This was our original evidence book. I literally, y'all, I'm gonna try and flip the screen if it let me. I think it will let me flip. So excuse my table because y'all know I got kids. So
Mm-hmm.
this was the original evidence that was submitted in our USCIS file. Everything. Our marriage certificate was in here on that page. So if they didn't see it in person, it was in there too. We
Mm-hmm.
had letters, receipts from hotels, pictures from everything, flight trips together. We had all of
Mm-hmm.
this. So total, even the wedding pictures. We had literally, y'all, every trip I had done was in this book. I want to say
Wow.
up to trip 6.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, trip 5 was up there. I even had our video calls, our screenshots of our even calls with family members, screenshots of video calls, everything. Social media posts. I wasn't giving him an
Wow.
opportunity. And then we had letters. We had one from his mom and his dad. So that's the one from his dad.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm not lying. That's really his family title. Okay, I'm not
Mm-hmm.
lying.
Mm-hmm.
His mom, my sister, and one of my closest friends. All of that. That was evidence packet number 1.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, we took our son. I took my son before the
Mm-hmm.
interview. So I was like, okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
Now I want y'all to know that the baby is here. The baby done been here
Mm-hmm.
to see his dad. Had that too. Had pictures of my family coming over with the baby. So these are the pictures from his first interaction with the baby in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So when in his culture, when they become a father, they do like a whole traditional ceremony, and that's his dad and his uncle. I made sure to include that.
Mm-hmm.
Then these are the pictures with my family.
Mm-hmm.
So he had more evidence. Again, everything with Lagos is evidence, right? You got to give them everything. The naming ceremony. So this was all of his family, and that's his mom and the baby. His dad is right there. His aunt's right there. That's his mom and my godmother. Like, it's not a joke. I had pictures from when my
Mm-hmm.
grandparents went. So there's my grandfather, my sister, my
Mm-hmm.
grandma. Everything is about documents.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. Even date
Someone in the
nights.
chat asked, how did you create this?
I did everything and yep. Queen B, you was right. Canva. Everything is
Okay.
Canva. So this
Canva
is
was the platform that was used, guys.
yep. So all of these different dates that times we spent from 2021 to 23. All of that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's all about making sure piss poor planning will get you in trouble. Knowing your consulate and how they act.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, Kay, I'll answer that again. So I waited because when it was time for him to come, I did not want him to have to do the removal of conditions. Actually, it makes your process more expensive because once they get here, that removal of conditions is like another almost $1,000 or so
Mm-hmm.
unnecessarily when you've already spent how much on everything else. Yep, they
Mm-hmm.
do. They look for any reason to put you in AP. They look for any reason to deny. They look for
What's
any reason to
AP?
try and say. So AP is administrative processing. So sorry for using the shorthand, y'all. I'll explain more. So administrative processing can set you back months.
Mm-hmm.
It's when you go to, like, say your spouse goes to the interview and they say, oh, we want to see something else. They've
Mm-hmm.
had people, they will give you a document called a 221G.
Mm-hmm.
And on that document, it'll tell you, hey, we want to see more chats. We need to see more bona fide evidence. We need to see more pictures. We need to see, some people have gone and their spouse was married before. We need the original divorce certificate. Or say
Mm-hmm.
their spouse didn't get divorced. Son, sit down. But their spouse's previous spouse passed away, right?
Mm-hmm.
We need to see the previous spouse's death certificate to make sure y'all ain't committing bigamy. Like,
Mm-hmm.
all types of things can come across that people will get put in administrative processing for. And so that
Mm-hmm.
was why literally that Rolodex of information y'all saw, everything we could give them. They even had a copy of our lease and pictures of our apartment to show that we shared space together.
Mm.
So it's just really doing due diligence. Yep, they'll
Mhm.
ask for DNA testing if the spouse has a child in Nigeria and you're filing for the child. Yep, they will ask for that. They can ask if you say you got kids together. They could ask for DNA testing. Of course, the boy just looked like his damn daddy, so they didn't need to do that. But yeah, little stuff can get you put in administrative processing. And so
Wow.
I just made sure to give them more
Mhm.
than what they needed, because y'all not finna say y'all don't have enough evidence. Y'all had 90 plus pages in the first evidence book, 11
Mhm.
pages in the second evidence book. Y'all
Yes.
had copies of leases. Y'all had copies of. Y'all don't need nothing else.
Wow. Okay. So you are you filed. He's approved now. And after the interview, how long did it take? Or how was his interview? Matter of fact.
He said the interview was pretty decent, actually.
Mhm.
His interview letter said his interview was at 7:30. I made his, excuse my French, his ass be at that consulate by like 5 a.m., 4:30,
Mhm.
5 a.m.
Mhm.
He stayed strategically because y'all, anybody, the ladies in the comment can tell you they call me Google Shawanda, because if it's there, I'm gonna find it. He stayed at the hotel that was 5 minutes from Lagos consulate.
Mhm.
He got there. And they told him, of course, you can't have a phone. You can't take the phone in. So they have to put it
Mhm.
in like a locker. And the security was like, what's that folder? He was like, oh, sir, this is my stuff for the interview. And he was like, they looked at the size of it. And he was like, my wife did it. Of course I did.
Mhm.
And they kind of laughed. Okay, so they called him in. And maybe when he comes out of the back, I could get him to tell y'all a little bit more.
Mhm.
But he said they took that you've come to two different windows. The first one is when they take your evidence to make sure you have everything that they request, because they
Mhm.
will son, stop with the Doritos, thank you. They will give them a sheet before they go into the consulate of what
Mhm.
documents they want to see and how to put them in order, and they are very specific about that order. If it
Mhm.
ain't in that order, they gonna give you a holler. Like, because the first people that you meet in the consulate are actual Nigerians who work at the consulate at that first window. And so he pulled everything out, and I actually have put it in the Rolodex in order. Yeah, now they do a document review before, but that wasn't
Mhm.
happening in 23.
Mhm.
And so he said he got there. He also gave them the stuff that we couldn't upload, and I had him take a copy of the email that I sent to the senator's office. I had him take the copy that the senator's office sent to the Lagos consulate. I'm one of them, y'all, because we gonna CYA. We gonna cover our, so y'all can't say y'all were not notified about what was going on with our portal to try and deny him. And so all of the stuff that they needed from me, he had in the folder
Mhm.
together. So when he got to the window, he told them, hey, we were not able to get our portal open. And I had filed a case, because you used to have to call a number if you had issues with the portal. I had even opened a case with them, and he
Mhm.
had the case number. I was not playing. So they
Mhm.
took all the documents that he couldn't upload, and they uploaded them, gave him back the other copies. And
Mhm.
then I believe he said you're given a number, and then you go sit down to wait around all these windows. And he said there was one of the consular officers in there that day that just kept telling people deny, deny, deny. And he
Mhm.
was like, God, I hope I'll get that lady. But we had
Mhm.
already heard from a few others beforehand that there were a few consular officers who were hell. So
Mhm.
much so, we knew that there was one older YT gentleman. I can't remember
Mhm.
what number he was at, but everybody knew that if you got that window, he was going to deny you. Good, bad, or indifferent.
Mhm.
Hey, Leah. Hey, baby. And so I was like, please, let my husband get that man. Even though I didn't have any fear, I wasn't
Mhm.
worried because we got what y'all need.
Mhm.
But it's just, some of them can be mean. I'll put it, that's the easiest way to say it. Some of them can be power hungry because they know that they have the option to say yay or nay. And I was just praying. I was up because it was like, what? It wasn't even midnight here yet by the time he woke up to go. And so I'm sitting there and I couldn't sleep. And my sister was like, just go to bed. Go to bed. Everything's going to be fine. Go to bed.
Mhm.
Congratulations, Miss Angie.
Yes, Angie, congratulations.
And it was like the waiting, the waiting,
Mhm.
the waiting. And I keep looking at the time and I'm like, okay, he should be done by now, dog. Like, why he called yet? And so he finally calls me and he back at the hotel. And I'm waiting on him to say something. He's like, oh, hey, I don't want to hear, hey, did you pass? Like, answer the yes. And he moseying around. Well, I'm about to order some food. Dude, I don't care about your hungry stomach. Did they say yes? And so he pulls out 2 papers and I see a white paper. Y'all, my heart dropped. I was like, this month. And I got a 221G. Like I'm telling y'all, that white paper is real fear. Because the 221G is on white paper. But so is the approval information too.
Mhm.
So I'm sitting here and I'm like looking at like I'm like, what does it say? And he started laughing. He was like, I got approved. And then he shows
Yes.
me the other little document they give them about knowing their rights and all this, that, and the third. And I was like, whew, thank you, God. Hey, okay. So
Yes.
all of that hard work paid off.
Yes.
And he was like, the lady laughed at me with all the evidence. I said, I don't give a hey, I don't laugh, sis. You had it. You had it. You had
Right.
every
Yes.
answer
You
to
had
every
everything
question.
you needed.
Yes.
Yes.
And so that's why I am an advocate when people are going through this process.
Mhm.
Like, I saved everything just because I knew we were going to have to go through it. He even had a copy in that second packet of information
Mhm.
of my passport stamps every time I came in and every time I left out, so they could confirm
Mm.
the dates against the flight ticket receipts, everything. He had my flight receipts every trip. He even had my family's flight receipts. So,
Mm.
the things that we might forget or the things that we might not think we need that will help, they can help. Those are all, pieces of information that show a bona fide relationship.
Mhm. Wow. So, when did he touch down in the USA?
February 2nd. So his interview was January 5th.
Uh-huh.
He got here February 2nd of
February 2nd
2024.
of
Mm-hmm.
2024. Yes.
24. Yes.
So now
Son.
him touching base in the US.
Mm-hmm.
How was you feeling?
I was late to the airport, y'all. I stayed up all night. Making him like a little welcome sign and all this, that, and the third. And my sister again, go to bed. No, it's got to be right. So he, of course, his phone don't work when he get here. Mind you, I told him connect to the Wi-Fi in the airport when you land. He couldn't connect in Charlotte Airport. So I'm tearing, y'all, we live 7 minutes from the airport. Baby, I'm tearing ass up in that Ford. I'm like, I'm late. His plane, and again, I'm a flight attendant, so I can see all of I know where the plane landed at. I know how long, where his luggage coming off at. And I'm telling my sister, like, yo, we late. The baby in the car. And I'm like, come on, come on. Like, trying to get to the airport. And so I get
Mhm.
out and I'm running through the parking deck. And I'm walking around and I can't find him. I'm like, where is my husband? My sister going one way with the baby in the stroller. I'm going another, and I'm looking. And finally, I found him. And I was like, hey, Abby. And he's like, you late. I know. I had to dress your son. He didn't want to put clothes on. My bad. you know.
Oh.
Um, and it was nice to finally be somewhere else. And The first thing he did was grab his son. My husband, it just one way. He come in the house, he come home to his kids. Take them, because I need a break. So he grabbed his son, and he's like, hey, son, I missed you, dude. Because we left December 22nd. So it wasn't long in between. It might have been like a full month, maybe 2, between us being in Nigeria and him coming home. But he had a decent flight. He flew United. Straight from Lagos to Washington, D.C., which I try to encourage. Son, with your Dorito mouth. I try to encourage the straight flights. It is long, but it's less hectic versus having to worry about them maybe having a layover somewhere where they have to do a transit visa, which is another stress and another cost. So he took the straight flight home. And I was on the phone with him while he was going. When he got to Dulles, call me when you get to that immigration line, okay? Right. And his time, like, between was tight, y'all. I was stressing. And I'm like, you still in the immigration line? He was like, yes, honey, the line ain't moved. And I'm sitting there looking like, dude, your next flight leave in an hour. You still ain't made it through yet. And this is the baby. She fussing, sorry. And so he's like, it's okay. And I'm steady watching. I'm like, please, let the flight be delayed. Like, I'm sitting there, delay the flight. So he don't miss this flight. And he makes it through. Of course, he had to hang up. He's like, honey, they called me. I'm the next person. I'm like, okay. And I'm still looking at the time. I'm like, you got 28 minutes. I'm like, you're going to have to run, dude. Because where you are on the concourse to your next flight, hope you got your running shoes on.
Right.
And so he makes it through. He said he didn't have too much of a hard time, which I was grateful for. And he makes the flight. So when he gets to Charlotte, he telling me all about the flight and everything. First experience I took my husband to Chick-fil-A. I say, honey, we gonna go get something to eat. And he's like, okay, where? I said Chick-fil-A. We get in the line, and I'm like, honey, what you want? So he looking at the menu. He like, where the food at? I said, what you mean? I'm like, you want a chicken sandwich? Son. And he was like, that's a snack. No, it's not. Like, that was, when he got home, everything was a snack. If it wasn't a big regular plate, it was a snack. I was like, you want chicken nuggets? You want a chicken sandwich? You want a wrap, a salad? He was like, I don't know. So I was like, let me order for you. So I got him the spicy chicken sandwich. I'm like, what sauce you want? He was like, ketchup. Dude, we had Chick-fil-A. Sweet and sour Chick-fil-A sauce, honey mustard, ranch.
Sauce.
Like,
right.
Hey, he said, I want ketchup. So
did you get him the ketchup?
He did get the ketchup, but I got him other sauce.
Right. You should have gave him some Chick-fil-A sauce.
So I got a few of the sauces. I got him the sweet sriracha, the buffalo. So he takes the fry out. And I was like, yo, dip the fry in the honey mustard. I don't want that. He eats the food. He like, it's okay. It's okay. I say it's okay, or it's just okay. My middle sister, now, one day we was going to help her move, so he's been home like a week. She goes to Bojangles, and she calls me, and she's like, well, what should I get my brother? I said, just get him a 2 pieces of some dirty rice. She's like, what the fuck is dirty rice? I said, just trust me, dude, it's going to change your life. I actually recorded a video of him eating the Bojangles and the dirty rice.
Did he like it?
He did like it.
Period.
One thing my husband used to tell me, he was like, Americans, y'all put cheese on everything. And
we do.
It's gonna be some cheese on that hot dog. It's gonna be some cheese on that burger. It's gonna be some cheese on that chicken sandwich. It's gonna be some pizza. Yeah. We gonna eat the cheese. And he was like, I don't want that. At first, he used to take the cheese off of everything. He didn't even like the mac. When I made mac and cheese in Nigeria, he was like, this is too much cheese. I was like, it's called mac and cheese.
Right.
cheese is the star, okay? Like,
Yes.
and so now he eats mac and cheese, and he loves when I
Mhm.
make lasagna, and he gonna eat a Whopper because our fast food was a snack, but he gonna eat that Whopper at Burger King.
Mhm.
He eat cookout
That's
religiously.
cool. So that means he was trying. Excuse me.
Yeah, and of course I put him on the Jamaican spots. So the
Yes.
oxtails, the rice and peas, the
Okay, so that means he's
plantain.
tried a variety of different foods,
Oh yeah,
which is cool.
yeah, because
So,
I'm a foodie, so I'm a definitely you gonna try some of everything.
mhm.
Vietnamese, now he ain't gonna eat Indian food. He won't eat Indian food at all.
Mm.
Cause
So since what?
the
So since
videos, you know.
since closing the gap, what is it? What you guys expected it to be? Is it how you guys planned for what closing the gap would look like for you guys?
You know, honestly, I don't think we had a plan more so than just when he got here,
Mhm.
making sure that he was set up for success in whatever way that looked like to him, right?
Mhm.
Um, and so my husband has always been very much of a worker.
Mhm.
Um, and so he is super independent. Dependent on somebody.
Mhm.
So them months of him sitting in the house, and it wasn't but y'all, it was 2 months, not even two full.
Okay, so it didn't take him that long for his stuff to come in.
So no, actually, we
Mhm.
did because here's another thing. When they get here, you can either pay
Uh-huh.
for the green card before they come or you can pay for it after they get here. Yes, I
Mm.
still work for the airline, Adrian. Um, so we waited until he got here. So we paid, we did the green card filing on February 14th.
Mhm.
He had his green card in March.
Mhm.
It took about a month. His
Mhm.
social security card came about 2 weeks after he got here, which was really
Mhm.
nice. Because some people have had to fight and they had to go to the social security office to even see if they had put the paperwork in for it. But that was one of the things
Wow.
that when you are doing that DS 260 that you can check to say
Mhm.
yes, you want their social security card to be done for you and sent to them. So
Mhm.
he didn't have to go to the social security office and deal with them crazy ass people.
Mhm.
And so 2 months in between him getting here and him enlisting.
Mhm.
So one of the biggest things was I didn't want my husband to come here and just be working and it
Mhm.
not be worth anything. Like
Mhm.
so many of us, even us being here ourselves, being, citizens, we see how some of these jobs are.
Mhm.
And I wanted for my husband to be able to come here and be able to have something where he could build from it. Not
Mhm.
just be a job, but actually be able to set up for a career. So um he had talked about military before, so it wasn't
Mhm.
anything that I was oblivious to.
Mhm.
And of course, most of my family being military, for me, it was like, okay, that's what you want to do. Cool.
Mhm.
This is what the benefits will be. It's gonna be something that you know can sustain you if you choose to stay in. Or hey, you go in for do your first contract, 2, 3 years, 4 years, you decide that ain't it. You have that military behind you to come out back into the civilian space and have a lot more opportunities. And one
Mhm.
thing I've realized with all the women whose husbands have come home that I know personally, a lot of times it don't matter how much education. You got some of the husbands who have doctorate degrees.
Mhm.
Let's talk truth, right? A lot
Mhm.
of these companies, they see where they're from and immediately they shut them down.
Mhm.
And that's probably one of the realest things that we don't get to talk about
Mhm.
and that a lot of people don't understand. They will
Mhm.
see their name, they will see where they're from, and they will say,
Mhm.
don't matter if he got 6 degrees, he an engineer, he a doctor, he a...
Mhm.
And so that was one of the things that was frustrating me when we were applying for jobs because I did my husband's resume based off of the resume he already had. My husband had experience in a few
Mhm.
different arenas.
Mhm.
And constantly you get no, you get no, you get no. And I'm like,
Mhm.
but y'all said you need? And then I'm looking at his resume and I'm like, so y'all don't really want nobody for real.
Mhm.
So when he went to the military, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna support you. We gonna ride this shit
Mhm.
out because it's better than you being put at the bottom when I know you're capable of more.
Mhm.
And so he enlisted.
Right.
And by April 30th, he was gone. He left,
Period.
he did swearing in the next day and he was gone.
March, April. Okay. So he was home for about a
Like
month
two
or
months.
so.
So he
2 months.
got here
Okay.
February 1st. April 30th is the day they all have to come and sign in, and then he shipped out
Mhm.
on May 1st.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I mean, for
Wow.
a lot of people are like, why are you letting your husband go to the military? Everybody's favorite thing to say is, you know, he gonna leave once he get paper.
He already came with everything he needed.
Baby, one thing I tell people, if a person gonna leave you, they don't need the military to leave you. Like, and if that is your biggest concern, then you got other fish to fry.
Mm.
Like, worrying about who gonna leave and who gonna go somewhere, that
Mhm.
ain't even the last thing that I was thinking about with him enlisting. I need my husband to be able to get a job. If he want to go back to school, I need him to be able to do that. If he want to
Right.
be able to go career and have some benefits, a pension plan, or whatever the heck,
Mhm.
those are things I want for him to be able to say, I came to America and I got something out of this shit.
Right.
Not just
So,
I'm here.
mhm. Talk about the benefits of the army.
So it brand not brand specific, but in general, there's
Mhm.
a lot of opportunities for our spouses coming, and
Mhm.
even an American enlisting.
Mhm.
Um, they have opportunity to use. They have two forms of education. So it's the Montgomery GI Bill and the 9/11 GI Bill. Two different types of funding for them to be able to go to school. Um, Even if they already have some education, they can further their education. They have opportunities to buy a home through the VA
Mhm.
loan. Um, the military discount is my favorite thing because I'm gonna show enough pull out that military ID and I'm gonna ask in every store, do y'all do military discount?
Right.
I'm turning into my
Mhm.
grandma, but I learned from the best because Nana gonna ask at every restaurant and every store. Um,
Period.
there are age restrictions per each branch, but some people are able to get waivers if they are in good health. Um,
Mhm.
and like when they go to do all of the medical examination and they deem they in good health, they can get a waiver for it. um
Mhm.
Spouses get money to get a certification towards a career. So if you want to go into something like surgical tech, CNA, anything like that, project management, the spouses can use. It's like $4,000 that they can use, and then if the spouse is in long enough, after 6 years,
Mhm.
they can transfer some of their education money to the spouse or to the children for the
Mhm.
children to go to school. Um, so it's a lot of different things. The
Mhm.
healthcare, of course, is a big one.
Mhm.
So it has its positives to it,
Mhm.
definitely for sure.
Yes. Wow. So, was there any nerves or anything like that with him, like coming and then just going and listen, or he was like set, like that's something that he wanted to do?
With my husband, once he pretty much has said his mind to do something, he gonna do
Period. Yes.
it. Like, I kept trying to get him to push back his ship out date because I was like, well, let's see if we can switch where you going for boot camp. And he was like, no, I'm just gonna go. And I'm like, no, let's wait. He's like, no, I'm just gonna go because if I keep pushing back,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna go. Yeah, housing. So yeah, that's another one. So there's a housing allowance. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that will basically pay for your housing. So while my husband was gone for his training, the 10 weeks of basic, and then he had 8 weeks at AIT, which is advanced individual training for his job. They give you money based on your zip code, to your husband or your wife, whoever is the service
Mm-hmm.
member, to pay for what the dependents are while they are away. And then once they get their duty station, you still continue to get the money, or you can live
Mhm.
on post. So
Mhm.
we chose to live on post because we don't pay no bills.
Right. That's good. So that's
Kay
another
said,
plus. Hmm.
Kay asked, was your family supportive in the beginning or did it take time? Of the relationship in general, my
I
family
think she's
was,
talking about the
or the
relationship
military.
in general. I think
Um,
she's talking about the relationship in general.
so, yeah, relationship in general, yeah, no, my family wasn't, my middle sister was the only one that was hesitant.
Hmm.
And now she be trying to get on my husband's nerves.
Hmm.
But yeah, no, I didn't have anybody who, now my friends were like, so you popping out engaged? Because my grandma raised me to believe, my mama too. You single until you got a ring on your finger. So I'm not gonna tell y'all about something that may or may not be, especially because we were so far away. I didn't know
Hmm.
how it was gonna pan out, and so I didn't want to get everybody excited. Oh, say dating because it
Hmm.
might not work out. So, but yeah,
That's
they was.
smart. Yes. So, wow. And then also too, you guys just had another baby, right?
We had two back to back.
Okay.
100% do not recommend. I'm tired, y'all.
Girl.
So okay, funny thing. Remember the dates,
Yes.
timeline. He got home
Uh-huh.
February 1st.
Hmm.
Kiki and Queen BU, March 27th. I called them.
Hmm.
They was like, "What the fuck is that?"
Wait, say it again. I'm sorry.
March 27th. Two of the ladies in the comments, Queen BU
Mm.
and Kiki. We were on a call. I called them and I was like, "Y'all," and they were like, "What? Why are you looking like that?" And I showed them the
Wow.
pregnancy test. They was like, "Are you fucking for real?" A month. A month.
Mm. Wow.
It was Valentine's Day. We had too much to eat and too much to drink at Chima's.
Period. Wow.
So for Valentine's Day, I took my husband to this Brazilian steakhouse in Charlotte. It's
Yes,
called
y'all was talking about
Chima's.
that the other
Yes,
day.
that
Yes.
I was saying.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
it was Valentine's Day fault.
Wow.
I was like, damn.
Yes.
Now here
I
I am getting my
know.
mind ready because I'm like, yeah, I'm finna go back to work after August. Nope.
Wow.
And now here we go. Tweedledee and Tweedle. Two and
Wow.
we'll be one.
Wow. So you were like busy all the time. Talk to us about,
Constantly.
yes, like talk to us about newborns and managing that and also to closing the gap. How have you found your balance of how things
Honestly, I've had a really great support system. Like the
mm,
ladies I was just mentioning, it's a few others who aren't on here. They have been with me through all of it. At the
yes.
doctor's appointment, so called. I'm like, y'all, I'm at the doctor again. Like,
Mm,
cause he was gone again. So it was like I did the pregnancy both times pretty much by myself here. The first
wow.
time he was in Nigeria, the second time he was in training. Um,
Wow, right.
and so this time it was different because I couldn't call him for him to be able to see the ultrasound videos. I gotta write you letters and tell you what the doctor say, or I gotta send you
Mm,
pictures through the letters. Um, and when he would get to call one time on Sunday at the end of the week or beginning of the week, however you see
mm,
it, that's when I gotta tell him, hey honey, in 20 or 30 minutes, this is all that went on this week. This is what the doctor say. This is the next appointment.
mm,
But and with my daughter, I was down bad. Like she was hard. I was pretty much bedridden with her. When with my son, I was still flying. I worked flights until I
mm.
was 22 weeks pregnant.
Wow.
My last working trip, I made sure I went out with a bang. I picked up a flight to work to London, and I bought him a whole bunch of clothes. And that was
Mm,
my last working flight. Uh,
period.
so it's definitely really communication. However, you
Mm,
guys communicate.
mm,
Um, Keeping those letters going back and forth to him. Like, hey, honey, I know you weigh. This is what's going on. I'm
mm,
okay. Keeping him up to date that one time a week and just trying to find a balance
Mm,
in having people around who support you as a couple. So,
mm,
okay, yes, Kay. As a flight attendant, I can't swim, girl. I cannot swim.
mm,
But you do have to. There is a they call it ditching day, and I called my husband when I was in training. I was like, dude, this week, what was it? Eight out of no, this was week 4 out of 7.
mm,
And I called him stressed out because when I went into training, I was 13. No, I was 5 weeks pregnant with my son when I
mm,
started training. And I was like, honey, I can't swim. I don't know what the hell, like how I'm gonna pass this. And of course, as always, him being his usual, you're gonna be fine. It's gonna be good. You'll be okay. I can't even float. Okay? And luckily, with
mm,
my job in our training class, they asked who can swim, who are the strong swimmers, and who are not.
mm,
Baby, I put my hand up so fast, I can't swim, y'all. And my classmates already knew I was a clown. Like, I am nothing if not a jokester. Everything
mm,
funny, okay? I'm going to make a joke out of the worst situation. And my friend guy in the class was like, girl, you not finna make us fail today. I'm going to make sure you good. Wonderful, because I don't want to die. I don't want to die down here at training, okay?
mm,
And so yeah, I passed the ditching day. But when you jump out, because they put you in like a mock plane, basically,
mm,
and you have to pretend like you're going through the whole evacuation process. You open the flight door, like you got to put that life jacket on, inflate that life jacket, going through the instructions. And I'm like,
mm,
Lord, please, if I should not make it up out of here, just tell my family I love them, okay? So we in a line and we in order, and they're like, all right, Shawnda, it's your turn to jump. Mm-mm. And
wow.
my trainers was like, girl, you got to jump or you gonna fail. And I'm like, so what if y'all told him I jump, but I don't really jump, and then I just go sit at and put my feet in the pool and slide in to where I can stand up and do the activities? They were
Mm,
like, no. I was like, damn. So and I had a woman and a man trainer, and our people. Okay, so they talking to me how we talk to each other.
mm,
And my female trainer, she was like, girl, if you don't inflate that life jacket and jump up off my plane so we can move on. And
oh my
I said,
God.
call my husband if I don't get out this water and tell him I tried. Like, I'm freaking out, y'all.
Oh my God.
But it was, and I made that career change because, again, my husband was still in Nigeria. I want to
Mm.
be able to go home and see my husband. I don't
Was it
nobody want to have
difficult
to.
getting into the was it
Actually,
difficult?
no.
Mm,
They generally look for basic customer service experience. And I've worked in so many different fields. I've been a loan officer for a mortgage company. I've done healthcare insurance. I've done some everything. I was in
mm,
fashion PR, so I had a lot of diverse experience.
mm,
Okay, the water is 8 feet deep that you got to jump out of the plane into.
mm,
And even with that life jacket, when you jump out of that plane, you go straight down into that water. And that 2 or 3 seconds that they tell you it's going to take for that life jacket to bring you back up felt like 20. I felt like I was literally finna die down. And I was like, and I can't see without my glasses, y'all. I'm blind as a bat. So on top of that, I had to take my glasses off.
mm,
Now I can't see who well. Even though I know that my friend is right here, that was my swim partner. I can't
mm.
see. Right?
Yes.
So it's, it's crazy, it's scary, it's fun. And it was definitely a change that would benefit my family overall, because when it's time for my husband to want to be able to go home, hey, all right, bet, homie, let's go home. Like, it made sense for the things that we want to be able to do, being able to travel and stuff like that. And plus,
Mm,
it's pretty good money, actually.
mm.
Not even gonna lie to you.
Wow.
If you're not scared to fly, it's pretty good money, and the benefits are good as well.
I'm gonna have to reach out to you about that.
Yeah, girl.
Yes, yes.
That's the
So,
boy, you.
wow. Your husband has now been here over a year
Mm-hmm.
and a half.
Mm-hmm.
About, yes.
Yeah.
So, how has everything been transitioning? Kids, army, flight attendant, distance clothes.
So, I mean, the transition hasn't been as crazy as it could have been.
Mhm.
Because even when my husband was gone to training, I'm still like, okay, well, when you out of training, you know, you getting stationed. All right, let's get this stuff. Like, he was annoyed with me while he's gone. He's like, honey, slow down. Because I want to make sure I'm calling these people. I need to know what they need from us. I need to know what we got to submit.
Mhm.
Okay, where we get, because where you going, where we getting stationed. All
Mhm.
right, we got to move this stuff. We got to pack up. We gonna have a
Mhm.
newborn. Like all of these different things. So
Yes.
just trying to be on top of everything because he was in training so much that he couldn't do it. So,
Mhm.
let me make sure I reach out and try and do as much as I can as the spouse that they will allow me to do. Just so that it's done, you know. Um, he went from basic to AIT and then he said, yeah, I'm gonna go airborne. Excuse me. So you finna jump out the plane. Okay. Then that was another 3 weeks of training
Mhm.
outside of the other 8 weeks after the
Mhm.
10 weeks.
Mhm.
So you gone how many months? You gone
Wow.
from pretty much May the 1st until like October.
Wow.
And so in all of this time, we coming up on the baby coming next month. You ain't gone to old die. But just trying to be proactive, checking in, like, all right, honey, well, this is what's going on. Okay, you got your duty
Mhm.
station. Good. Okay, well, let me go ahead and call the housing office. Let me figure out what documents we got to have. Okay,
Mhm.
let me start looking at moving truck. How we doing this move?
Mhm.
So we finna let these fools come in here and pack for us, or we gonna pack for ourselves?
Mhm.
We gonna pack for ourselves. Okay,
Wow.
good, great. So what we gonna do with these kids? Like, and I'm still not back at work yet, so work wasn't necessarily an issue for me.
Mhm.
Because my job gives me like a year until the baby turns a year old to be off. So I ain't worried about work.
Mhm.
But yeah, military life, that beginning part definitely feels like LDR all over again because you're pretty much by yourself and your husband is gone. Them phone
Mhm.
privileges when they in basic, that every week I was praying to get that call on Sunday because a lot of people didn't get the weekly call because people get in trouble. And then the
Mhm.
whole platoon lose their phone privileges. Because once somebody decided to be a dummy.
Wow.
And so, it's just realizing that a lot of this is realizing that you just got to go with the flow.
Mhm.
There's only so much that we can control. No matter how much we wish we could.
Mhm.
And I am a big control freak. I like to
Mhm.
be able to clearly lay stuff out and see it through. He definitely want to be a drummer tonight, Miss Randy. That yeah. And so having to kind of relinquish that, realizing, all right, we moving on Uncle Sam time now. I can't just say, well, honey, we gotta get this done and da 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 da.
Mhm.
That's not how it works. Even now, when he got to go to training, he got to go to training. I
Mhm.
can't do nothing about that. All right, honey, I'll see
Mhm.
you when you get back. We'll be here when you get back.
Mhm.
It's a part of the job.
Mhm.
And, I have to be understanding too because when I go back to work, I'm not going to be here every day. I might be gone 2 days. I might be gone 3 days. That's flight attendant life. So then
Mhm.
he'll be juggling daddy duties and army duties, right?
Mhm.
So,
Wow.
yeah, it takes a lot. You got to communicate. You got to make sure that you are really like, all right, this is what I got going on. What you got
Mhm.
going on to be able to make it work.
Yeah.
And it's not always gonna be easy. Every day ain't gonna be pretty.
Mhm.
Um, and a lot of it is gonna be, and I say this to a lot of women: don't have an
Mhm.
idea or perception about what you want your husband to do career wise when he get here.
Mhm.
Like, let him figure it out because
Mhm.
he got to be the one to go to that job.
Mhm.
And there were some jobs that I had worked in my younger years. I was like, I don't want my dogs to go in there, let alone let my husband go in there.
Mhm.
You know, even though I know my husband is a hard worker, it's some shit I don't want him to have to be subjected to. I did that shit. I don't want him to have to go through that.
Mhm.
For what? People to be unappreciative? No.
Mhm.
And so, one lady was like, well, your husband got experience. He could go and be a manager at like McDonald's or Amazon. I don't, baby, no, he won't. And excuse my French, I don't give a shit what y'all say. He won't. I'm not letting my husband be
Mhm.
subjected to that. I'm sorry. That's not what
Mhm.
he came here for. And I ain't knocking none of that because, yes, they make great money, but it is a stressful job.
Mhm.
And it's often, unappreciated. And I'm like, I know he has skills to do other things.
Mhm.
And so just being able to say, okay, honey, well, these are the types of jobs that we got in the city. These are the types of jobs that we can look at with your skills. But
Mhm.
when he was like, well, I want to go meet with a recruiter, all right, bet. We gonna go together. I'm gonna support you in
Period.
it. And that's the biggest
Mhm.
thing. A lot of women are like, I don't want my husband to go to the military. It ain't about what you want.
Mhm.
It ain't always that. If that's something that he feels like he can be successful in and that he can set himself up for success, it ain't about what you want. Didn't anybody tell you what to do with your career? No. So a lot of it is having to be open to the fact that you are not just by yourself anymore, and you gotta want to see them have a possible decent life, because we know what it
Mhm.
looks like here in America when you don't have shit.
Mhm.
And already there is a stigma because your spouse is an immigrant, an idea of what people are already thinking about them.
Mhm.
So you working against that. You working against stupid people making stupid comments. Oh, he from Africa? Do they live in huts and shit? Like, just dumb stuff that
Mhm.
people will say.
Mhm.
So
Yes,
it
that's
was
true.
really being supportive of, okay, I know what this can do for you career wise.
Mhm.
We gonna ride the shit out. And having
Mhm.
my sister, who was Air Force, my brothers is retired Marines,
Mhm.
both grandfathers are Army. My godfather is Coast Guard. I made sure my husband had people in his corner that could tell him, listen, this what it's gonna be. And he talked to every last one of them
Mhm.
before he decided to go. And they were supportive and they told him the truth. So he had a real idea of what you gonna run into.
Mhm.
Even one of my homeboys from high school, I called him, yo, like, you've been in most recently. Can you
Mhm.
share any advice with my husband?
Mhm.
And having people who are willing to do that because they want to see somebody succeed is important. So having
Mhm.
people even around you as a couple who, you know, will stand in the gap and be like, yeah, bro, let me tell you what XYZ
Mhm.
was really important. And his recruiter they were really, really, really good men. They made
Mhm.
sure that they set him up for success. And even when he was gone, if something was
Mhm.
wrong, baby, I'm that wife. Excuse me. Oh, y'all ain't answer the phone. Let me pregnant
Mhm.
at all. Let me drive up to the recruiter's office. And they never
Period.
turned me away. They
Yes.
always made sure I had the answers so that I could pass it on to him. If something was
Mhm.
wrong, they made sure I had a way to get answers for it. And so just we've had some really good people in our corner.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes. And being connected to some good people.
Yeah.
Wow. Shay, you took us through it all. You gave us the benefits and all. You
If
showed
you
us the
gonna do it,
beautiful
get it.
pictures and all.
Yeah.
Yes, so I'm definitely I really enjoy having you up. And you kind of went into my last question that I typically ask people when they come up is what would you advise people? Um, what would you advise people who are in a long distance relationship right now that have not bridged the gap?
Patience.
Mm,
Because oftentimes, and some of us, I call us the OGs because we've been
mm,
around for a few years. So
mm,
sometimes we were all out here like birds with no wings, baby. We was all over the place. Like, yeah,
mm,
we calling each other, girl, I got this information. Well, I'm gonna change
mm,
this and I'm gonna do just patience. Because
mm,
what may work for one
mm,
may not work for another. And trying to fit a square into a circle. Oh no, I did mention that part, Mr. Hyden. Nope, I didn't. Which I'll explain that too.
mm,
But yeah, like just going through the journey. Sometimes that time that you in that 2 years, 3 years, where it's like, I'm just ready for my husband to come home. Baby, that transition ain't no joke.
mm,
Take that time and prepare because it is a drastic change for them. It's a drastic change for you. You are merging two households,
mm,
and my husband has been on his own for mostly all of his early 20s. So he was very independent in his own. Like I told y'all, my husband is a really great cook. So he cooked for himself, all of these things. So now he coming into a household where 24/7, he come a wife and a baby who want all
mm,
his attention, and then trying to get set up for a career and,
mm,
looking at those different types of things and enlisting in the military required taking a test. So he's studying for the test and all of those things. So don't rush.
mm,
Use that time to set up and prepare. Start talking about the real conversations. I used to tell my husband, this ghetto, America ghetto and expensive. Taxes, they gonna take all your money. Uncle Sam gonna charge you to breathe. You gonna pay taxes on the taxes that you paid on the taxes you already paid. Like,
mm,
and having those conversations about costs. I think a lot of people be in vacation mode and they don't tell their husband, like, listen, this is what rent costs, this is what the lights cost, this is what the water bill look like, this is what the phone bill look like, this the car payment, this the car insurance, this the health insurance, this the cost of a life insurance policy.
mm.
Having those things set up.
I think you can ever be prepared for that.
Huh?
I don't think anyone can ever be prepared for that.
No, my husband say he don't think you can ever. Nah, cause he still be looking at them taxes like, what the fuck is
Mm, 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 mm.
I promise.
Where it's pretty much tax free on everything.
That's true. So he said, like, coming from a country where everything is pretty much tax free. Y'all, when my husband saw that, he looked at his pay stub, right? He was like, what is that? I was like, dude, the government. You work for the government and the government taking the money back, then the government just like, it's nothing you can prepare them for, honestly.
Mm,
Because they get that first bonus. I think my husband got like a performance bonus or something.
mm,
Having to explain to him that they're going to tax that bonus at 22%. He was like, so what the fuck they give it to me for? Well, you earned it, but they finna take that money back in taxes. You gonna pay taxes on everything. And,
mm,
pay car insurance. He's like, so what the insurance pay for if your car get messed up? He was like, so we paying how much for if the car do get messed up, but it ain't like, so it's those
mm,
kind of conversations that I'm laughing, but they do be stressful because he like, okay, so I go to work, I get taxed for the money I work for. I go to the store, I get taxed for the items I'm buying.
mm,
What's the point? We don't know.
mm,
We just used to paying taxes. Income tax come time around. Okay, so I'm gonna get all my money back? Nah. You might see about 1/3, 2/3 of what you put into in a year. You ain't finna get all that back, right?
Mhm.
Then explaining credit. Listen, y'all.
Credit, I know that's a tough
Like,
one.
so the easiest way to establish credit for your spouses is like get them a credit card, right? Nothing
Mhm.
outrageous. I don't say start with no big 7,000. No, none of that. Start with something
Mhm.
small because it's worse having no credit than having bad credit, actually, which is
Mhm.
crazy. But it's like, and my husband really don't use his credit card like that because he believe if I'm gonna pay for something, I'm gonna just pay it all. Like even with a car payment, he like, so we just gonna go ahead and pay this car off. He don't like owing debt,
Mhm. Mhm.
right? And so, like, hey, honey, it's for emergencies, or hey, honey, used it to put gas in the car, and then we pay that off, and then XYZ. So those types of conversations, I think people got to get out of vacation mode and really start having them, and so that they don't get over here and all of this shit hitting them in the face at one time, and they like, damn, what? Like, I don't went to work, I'm paying
Mhm.
this, I'm paying that, like, what I'm going to work for,
Mhm. Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And feeling like I done came over here to America, and America is the scam.
Mhm.
America is
Mhm.
the scam, right?
Mhm.
You pay to live on everything.
Mhm.
Everything. Going into the grocery store, I would make a joke with my husband when he first got here. I was like, put that name brand back. We finna get that great value because it's the same thing, just in a different box with different wrapping. We not finna pay Duncan Hines price. We gonna get that great value. Like,
Mhm.
it is because ultimately, when you looking at the cost, right?
Mhm.
You it tastes the same, dude. Like for the
Mhm.
most part. I mean, So it's just really trying to get them to a place somewhat of comfort. It ain't gonna be complete comfort because nobody is ever cool with working XYZ amount of hours and then you taking $500 willy nilly out my check that I'm probably never gonna get back.
Mhm.
Right? Oh yeah, baby, Lidl's and Aldi in there like swimwear. Absolutely, love both of them. So do, and it's the same stuff, just a different brand. I don't care what the brand name is. It I'll eat, as my grandma would say. Um,
Right.
but yeah, just really have those. Those are two of my biggest things:
Mhm.
patience and prepare them. Be honest with
Mhm.
them. Don't have somebody thinking that you live in this glorious life because when you come to Nigeria or Ghana or Senegal or Kenya or Togo, wherever you going, we
Mhm.
blowing money fast, we partying, we living, we good. And
Mhm.
then they get here and baby, you in the slums or you living paycheck to paycheck, which is cool because right now
Mhm.
most people in America are paycheck to paycheck because you go to sleep, it's one price, you wake up, it's another, right?
Good.
So, but be realistic so that when your spouse get here, he ain't now trying to figure out how to pick you up out of the bottom. Because
Mhm.
no husband wants to see his wife in the trenches, right? So now he
Mhm.
gonna come, all right, well, bet my wife's struggling. Let me get two jobs. I gotta
Mhm.
make sure we not this, that, and the third. So be honest and be like, hey, honey, like this is average what I make. You ain't necessarily gotta say numbers, but give him a ballpark. Okay, these is what the bills look like every month.
Mhm.
I would show my husband like, honey, look at this. And I remember I showed him a check stub, and he was like, "What the hell is them taxes?" They took the money, and
Right.
he looked at him and was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." But then when he got here and they took the money, he was like, "Damn."
Mhm.
So it's like going back, laughing.
Girl.
Yeah, a lot of people don't be real. A lot of people
Wow.
don't be real, and that's one of the things that I hate to see because oftentimes we hear, "Oh, he got here and left me. He scared me." Mm-mm. Did you tell him what he was coming into?
Mhm.
Truthfully, did you? Because if you didn't, you set yourself up for failure because truthfully, nobody wants to come here leaving everything behind. They family, they friends, they businesses, they all of this to come here to bullshit. So from very beginning, I told my husband, America ghetto as fuck. Ain't no other way to explain it. No other
Mhm.
way. If you find a career that you enjoy and you make decent money, cool. I'm happy for you. But most people are not living like that. Most people are struggling. Most people, it's expensive. I remember my other car, I told him how much I paid every month. And my husband was like, excuse me? Yeah. Like, on my old car, my like car payment was like $465 a month.
Mm.
And he was like, well, how long was you paying that? Depends on the terms you set.
Right.
Depends on what you put down. How much you put
Mm.
down on a car. You know what I mean? Like, and so now that he's gone through the car buying process, he's still like, this is a bunch of bullshit. Let me just save my
Mm.
money up and buy my car flat out.
Wow.
Right? So it's
Mm.
like having them real conversations. So you can't come back later and be wondering why he mad, because now he got to pick up pieces to a puzzle and you never showed him the picture of the puzzle so he knew what he was getting into.
Mm.
That
Mm.
transparency, that honesty, that like this somebody, you marrying this person, right? This your partner, this your spouse, right? But you
Mm.
not telling them for real what's going on. You not giving them the real deal. You telling them what you think they might want to hear, or you telling them what you think they will be willing to accept, and what you think you can slide past them because you think
Mm.
they don't know or they stupid.
Mm.
And then we have, oh, he left and scammed me stories.
Mm.
So it's just being 100 on both sides. LDR
Mm.
not easy for us or for them,
Mm.
right? But understand that when they come here and we close that gap, they have given up everything to come over here. Don't set them
Mm.
up for failure.
Mm.
That's the
That's true.
most honest thing I can say.
Mm.
You want them to support you in what you do, support them the same way.
Mm.
Help guide them. Yes, sometimes our husbands can be a little stubborn. Okay, everybody's stubborn shit. We all are,
Mm.
right? But even in that stubbornness, still let them know, hey, honey, I know you feel this type of way, but can I show you another way? Can I tell you something else that might work
Mm.
easily? Can I show you another option?
Mm.
Now, that
Wow.
may not be how because I know I'd be like, honey, I don't agree with that. Oh, I'm loud.
Mm.
I don't think we should do that. And he'd be like, why not? And I'm gonna tell you why not, right? But just be honest. It might not always be conventional, and they again may not always want to hear it at that moment, but still tell them the truth. Even if
Mm.
they don't hear you in that moment, eventually it might, you know, give them something in the back of their mind to think about, right?
Mm.
When they making whatever decision they make. And if you got people who support you, right? And support your spouse and all this, that, and the third. If you got people who can help set your spouse up, use those connections. Hey, I got a friend that work at such and such a place. Yo, my husband coming home. He got such and such a skills.
Mm.
Network. Make
Yeah.
sure, because again, everybody want their husband to have some money, right? Everybody want them bills paid, right? Okay, but are you gonna help him make sure he finds something to get them bills paid?
Mm.
You want him to go to school, okay? Are you making sure that his school documents get evaluated?
Mm.
No, you ain't doing that? Okay. So, now what? So, you want him to get XYZ paying job, but you didn't even help him get his documents done. How you think he finna get a job? Okay, he an engineer. Did you get his degree evaluated? No, well, I figured he would do that. How he gonna,
Mm.
you know what I'm saying? Like, some of
Mm.
the stuff that I hear, and I'd be like, come on, dog. You are the
Mm.
American. Help your husband.
Mm.
Help him get his stuff done. It takes nothing to reach out to these people, to send an email and get it done. When we
Mm.
had to get it done and his stuff evaluated for the military. All right, bet.
Mm.
These are who y'all need it from. Cool. I got on the phone.
Mm.
How long is it gonna take y'all? Oh, he ain't got that long? We'll pay an extra fee. Let's get this 2-3 days. It's done.
Mm.
And we paid the extra fee to get it done. If you can do that, do it. Have your husband give you the stuff even while he there so it can be done before he
Mm,
get here. Yeah, sometimes pride can be a thing, right? I mean, we all got it. Male, female, we all have our prideful things. But when you really are trying to make sure that they have what they need.
mm,
My husband ain't arguing with me when I said, honey, I need your school stuff. I had already seen it. When I said, babe,
mm,
we got to get your documents. We need the official copy. Guess what? Okay, bet. We gonna get it.
mm,
Those are the things in that time where I'm telling people to have patience. Those are the things that you work on. He gonna need them original copies of his degrees. If he didn't
mm,
go to college, but he finished high school, he gonna need that original copy of his WIAC if he's from Nigeria. Get that.
mm,
Like, everybody be rushing to go through immigration, and their husbands get, and they be like, oh, we don't have none of that, baby. How you thought he was getting a job? Because they most definitely gonna ask about his education.
mm,
You don't have nothing to prove his education.
mm,
So then, when the only job he can get is something doing, janitor work or flipping a burger, and you mad, guess what? You are here. He not. You didn't
mm.
take the time to set him up for success. All you was worried about when he was gonna get hit on and start
Right.
working,
Mm,
right?
mm,
So it's those type of things that in them months, in that year or whatever, do what you got to do. Hey, if your husband didn't finish college, it's all these places where they can get certifications. Places like Udemy, places like Coursera.
mm,
Google does project management. Google got IT certifications, and they actually do help you get jobs.
mm,
Help your husband do some of that. And Google, for the most part, are less than like $100, if that.
mm,
Yeah, talk to them. Like Cheetah said, talk to them about trades. I talked before my husband went to the army. I was talking to him about going to be like elevator tech. They make good money to check
mm,
elevators. HVAC, blue collar
mm,
work ain't never hurt nobody, and they make decent money, right?
mm,
So it's just we as the spouses, we as the wives. It's
mm,
more to these marriages than just being able to come online and post TikTok videos and all this shit. Like, it's way more than that. Way more.
mm,
And I want people to really, instead of spending time being jealous of other people, start sitting back and reaching out to somebody and being like, hey sis, can you help me? Can you share something? Can you spread some light? Can you, like, having real conversations again about this stuff? Because when they come home, it ain't easy. A
mm,
lot of people always laugh and be like, girl, everybody get quiet when their husbands get home because it's stressful.
mm,
Or when their wives come home, it's stressful.
mm,
It ain't sunshine and flowers. It's a lot of arguments.
mm,
I'm not
mm,
gonna lie to y'all. It's some arguments, disagreements. You ain't gonna get along every day.
mm,
They go through depression because they leaving home, coming here
mm,
to something new. Are you
mm,
gonna support them through their depression? Most times you won't even know because they won't even say.
mm.
What's the hardest thing I've
So,
had to deal with? Mm.
I'm going to say that this is the close of the interview, but if it is okay with you, I'm going to allow people to ask questions if you got time
Yeah.
to answer some.
Girl, they
So,
watching this,
chat.
Rachel. I got time.
Okay, okay, cool. Because I knew the questions was gonna keep coming in, but I surely appreciated having you up. I thank you for all
Anytime,
the
sis.
insight and the information. She dropped a lot of gems, guys. This was deployment, diapers, and devotion, guys. So if you have any more questions, comments, anything that you would like to know, guys, drop it in the chat. She is welcome to answer them. The first question that we had was from K Blue. What would you say was the hardest thing you have to deal with?
The hardest thing for me, thank you, Miss Brandy, was watching my husband go through a depression. And I didn't know
Mm,
it.
mm,
When he first got home and he kept applying for job after job after job. And he was like, but honey, is my resume not good? Is my skills not good? And I was like,
mm,
yeah, this ain't about you. This ain't what
mm,
you, it's about you, where you are coming from, not about what you hold and your
Mm,
capabilities, right? And
mm,
my husband was never comfortable being in the house where he wasn't the one taking care of the house. That's not how he functions.
mm,
You know, me and my sister handling stuff, and yeah, he came home with quite a bit of money. So he came home and he was like, "All right, bet how much the bills XYZ." But eventually that run out, right?
mm,
And he still ain't had no job. So not me being on him about stuff, me being on him fussing. I'm like, "Honey, we gotta do, we gotta run, we gotta do, we gotta get." And he like, "Okay, okay." Then having a son who's 6, 7 months old, he trying to be active with his son, and I didn't necessarily see it at first, right? Thank you, Hebrew. But we got to start stepping back and realizing that our husbands, and just the way we can, they go through a depression. It is a big change for them. And so stepping back and not being so hard, just give them a little bit of a breather. That was hard for me, that because we were fighting a lot. And I couldn't figure out why now. Why we always arguing? Why you always, you know, but he felt like there was this pressure on him, even though I wasn't putting the pressure on him, the pressure that his own expectations, right, of himself,
mm, mm,
and he wasn't meeting them.
mm,
And so yeah, just that was difficult because we didn't really argue like that. Like we gonna have
mm,
our fights, but we don't really argue like that.
mm,
So that was a big deal. Yeah.
mm. Drop any questions that you guys had. What helped you get through that? That's a good question.
Um. Once he started enlisting and he had his papers to say that he was doing something, he felt better. That was when he started feeling better. Um,
Mm,
and so, realizing those things, seeing them be able to accomplish something is usually what's going to make stuff feel better. Because until then, you just, you kind of sitting and you like, all right, well, I ain't really doing nothing. I ain't really making no moves. I ain't really
mm,
And so, yeah, that was the transition. That was when things started to get better. Um, Jen, with the starting a business, just be supportive of him. Be like, if he's starting a business and you can help in the back end, like, okay, you know how to do the paperwork for filing with the state, right? To get his LLC or his sole proprietorship or whatever it is and starting his business, right? Help him do that because that takes a lot, right? Make sure
mm,
that you can help him in whatever. Okay, you starting a business. Let me set up your social media so you can start posting, or let me make flyers for you and start giving them out to businesses or giving them out to people if that's what he's doing. Um,
Bruno said, was there at a point you got tired of long distance relationships? And if yes, what motivated you to push?
um, I wouldn't say there was necessarily a point where I got tired. I think the only time I was frustrated was when I was pregnant with our son and I couldn't really travel like that. Because before that, I was back and forth. Like,
Mm,
everybody used to laugh because they'd be like, dang, you gone again? And bye. I'm going to see my husband. Like, yeah, I'm going home. I'll see y'all in 2 months. Because I would go 2, 3 months at a time and come back home. But in
mm,
that time that I was pregnant with my son and then I was going through training for the airline, I couldn't just pick up and go. And after we got out of training, we immediately started working. And I was like, dang, I want to go see my husband, but I couldn't. So that was probably the most frustrating thing about not being able to go at that point and not being able to spend that time with him while, because he didn't get to really experience me being pregnant with our son. I mean, he on
mm,
video call, but that's not a real experience. So that was probably the one time that I was mad and frustrated in being in a long distance relationship, because prior to that I was
mm.
back and forth. So much so
Wow.
that people told me I was gone more than I was home. Most of
Wow. Period.
2022 I was in Nigeria.
Wow.
Yeah.
Period. Chat, any more questions, any more comments? Drop it in the chat while we still got her here.
I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss any questions.
Did you ever have your wife card?
I do have it. Yep.
Okay, period.
Are
Yes.
you going? He said, "Do anybody got questions?" Yeah, Jen, I do have my wife card though. We got that when I went back and I took my son. Yeah, that's a thing to have because it comes in handy. Plus, you don't want to have to keep getting in visas, girl.
Mhm.
The wife card good
Is
as
he
long as
willing to answer any questions?
yeah, honey, come sit. Oh, Miss Young says she got a question. Hey,
Yes,
Miss
I have a
Young.
question.
I've
I
been
have
meaning
questions as
to say
well.
hey to Miss Young. He coming. But Kay, let me answer you. To become a flight attendant, depends on the airline, right? But all of them, the training is pretty much the same because that's FAA regulated. You can't miss no day. Imagine me being pregnant 5 weeks going in. Can't miss no day, baby, because you will fail. It is the process of getting the job is kind of like pageantry because I had one, two. So I had the initial application and assessment. And then
Mhm.
after that, I had what's called the virtual job tryout. So it's not on camera, though. That part is not on camera.
Mhm.
So it's like where they give you like scenarios and then they give you answers to the scenario and you got to choose the best one. You see the air quotes. That means choose the one that you think they want you to choose, not what you really in
Mhm.
your mind would choose, right?
Mhm.
Then after that, you have the video interview with a person who is a flight attendant. And if you get to that, then you have to go to
Mhm.
the in-person. That day is like a pageant, baby. Everybody in there is putting on a show, okay? Because you want to be noticed, but not in a bad
Mhm.
way. You want them to see you smiling. You want them to see you happy. You want them to see your personality because a lot of being a flight attendant is everybody think we hi, welcome aboard, which generally we are, right? But you gonna have them days where you be like, baby, I'm so ready for this trip to be over. But
Mhm.
honey, Miss Young got a question for you. That's your fellow Nigerian sister who is here in America. Come and sit.
Yeah, I'm sitting right here.
You right. Come and sit. I don't feel like moving.
Okay, cool. She can ask a question. I'm listening.
Okay, wait. What's she say? Hold on.
Miss Young asks, my brother, what will you advise a man whose wife never added him to any of the utilities yet?
And the contributes to the household bills. Okay, so she had to break up the question. So
Yes.
she said, I'm gonna repeat it. She said, what will you advise to a man whose wife never added him to any of their household bills, yet the man contributes to the household bills? So she didn't add him to the water, she didn't add him to the lights, she didn't add him to none of that. So what would you say?
I mean, I think that's a normal thing for a man. I mean, we Nigerian men, that's just like a norm
I
for.
think
But
when she's saying
so she's
adding him
saying,
to
should it be a
utility bills,
concern?
For
Should
the
it be a
woman?
concern
I
for
think
the
this is for
man?
documentation and proof
Right. Okay, so
that she
she's
would.
asking for proof.
I think that because he just came, I'm thinking when they come first, initially, remember they're on that 2-year
So
conditional.
yeah, for that
So
two
he
year.
needs to be
Okay.
showing proof
So
saying that
that's
he's
what she
supporting.
asking, honey. Okay, so even though we didn't have to go through that because you came with a 10-year, right? But for a person with a 2-year, they have to go back through and do the paperwork, right? To get their 10-year
Mm,
card. So
mm.
she's saying basically, oh,
He
he
came in
came
a
on a
K1.
K1. Okay, so
Mm,
yeah, that's way different because they now have to file the son. They now have to file for the spousal visa. So he came on a K1. So
mm.
Oh, that's like fiance's visa.
the fiance visa. So
Yes.
basically she's saying, what would you advise? Because the man paying the bills now, but she ain't added his name on nothing.
Um, to be honest, I don't really have experience because some of those visa,
So but it's not necessarily the visa. If you was paying all the bills, honey, right?
Mm-hmm.
And your name wasn't on nothing,
Yeah.
how would you feel?
I didn't feel any type of way. I wasn't busy the whole time, and I was paying the bills in the house, and my name wasn't on the bill.
True.
So
But there was a method to that with mine, and I'll tell
And
you
that
what it
sometimes
was.
too, when they don't have identification, it's hard to actually add their name
yeah, I used to did more.
True.
onto bills because you
So
do need identification.
his situation is and I'm gonna explain it to you, Mrs. Young, right? With him being on that K1, right? Um well no, he didn't really have experience with that, y'all, because while he was gone, I didn't put
Mm-hmm.
his name on anything, especially because I knew at some point we were having to move once he got stationed, right? So I didn't want him to have a whole bunch of credits. They running his credit on stuff. I didn't want to do that, right? But in the guy that's a K1, me personally, and see again, my husband don't know about that because he came with spousal visa. There will be
Mm-hmm.
a concern there because you have to have proof when you file that I-485 to say that y'all have joined households. The marriage certificate is not enough. So if he's paying the bills and she ain't adding his name on to something, baby, he need to give bank statements and highlight them bad boys. Okay? When they start submitting, when they start submitting that paperwork with that I-485, he needs to submit bank statements to show that, hey, my name is not on the bill, but I'm paying the bills. Period. And highlight it. And he can write what it is on that bank statement. Because otherwise she's setting him up for failure. Right? Yes, he did move into an already set up household, but you can always add somebody, even if it's to the lease, right? Even if it's to the phone bill, even if it's adding him like simple stuff, the Wi-Fi bill.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not fair to him. To if he's paying for something and his name ain't on something,
So basically, if they need a document for something,
he don't have it.
like that's what they gotta do. It's only because he fits some type of way.
Right. So yeah. So my husband basically is saying that if they need the documents, like we know they need the documents, then she need to add him to the documents because you're otherwise setting yourself up for failure unless she's doing like what I did. Really, son? Help me.
I
Come
know
on,
he
Tuck.
just did something serious
The
because he
Doritos
said,
on the floor.
okay, because he said,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. So yeah, like there are two sides to every story, but I would definitely at least add him to something, at least one solid something that he can show proof with. So like I
Yes.
said, on the lease, most people now consider a cell phone bill as a utility. Even adding him as an authorized user on a credit card, right? A good first credit card, Cheaty, is like Capital One, Discover. Don't go for no Amex. Don't You don't need an Amex. A Capital One, Credit One.
Right, that's a starter. That's Capital One, Credit One. Yes, those are
Okay, so Ms.
starters.
Young says she just don't want to add him to the. So why?
I feel like that's kind of hard to really explain. Miss
That's a
Young,
one
if you would
off.
like to come up and kind of share a little bit more, but I want to move on to Be Real, Don't Be Fake. Welcome in.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Do you have any questions?
Uh, I don't have much questions to ask. I follow this platform and I'm happy to be here tonight. It's almost 2:42 a.m.
You
in
anxious for
Namibia.
what?
Come again?
I'm
I'm not really hearing you clearly. You're anxious for what?
I said, I said, I'm happy to be on the platform because I've been following you for quite some time now,
Uh-huh.
and I've been listening to the program. I've been listening to how you guys are hosting the program and also educating people about Africa and then African men and then women. And I
Okay,
have to say,
sure.
keep it up. You're doing a good job. It is good to have friends. It is good to know the story about African, and it is good to know the history about Africans. The blacks and other people. So I would
Okay.
say keep it up, and we are learning. Sometimes maybe I may come in and also share my ideas and support about Africans, especially Ghana, because I'm originally from Ghana. So I mean,
Okay.
I would say keep it up. I mean, keep doing a good job.
Okay. Thank you so
Okay,
much,
thank
Be Real. Don't be
You're
fake for
welcome.
your support. Thank you for so much for coming up and sharing that. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Guys, please request if you have any questions, any comments.
Yeah, y'all
Miss
ask the
Young.
questions.
I'm
Why y'all?
sorry, Miss Young. I just wanted him to get his spiel out. Please request if you're available. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Miss Young.
Hey, Miss
Okay.
Welcome.
Young.
Hi, Shay. Thank you so much for sharing your story. In fact, I'm at work, but I am really, really enjoying every bit of what you have spoken on. It's eye-opening. So I'm not here to discuss somebody else's marriage. We're asking questions and we are
Yes.
learning because
Yeah,
this
Mm-hmm.
particular person see me as a big sister. He always confides in me, and I don't even know the advice. So if
yeah,
me asking somebody else the question who I feel, okay, they might give me more knowledge, I can be able to pass. That was why I asked. They don't
yeah.
have a
No, but it's a
problem.
it's a valid question though, Miss Young, because they are going like the K1 process is vastly different from the spousal process, right? So they have a little bit more to be scrutinized because now that he's here,
Yes.
when they filed that I-485, that to do his spousal stuff, they can bring them both in for an interview. It's called a uh
They've gone past that stage. But
okay.
that stage they give 2 years
The
conditional green
mhm.
card. So he is more scared of the when we have to go back
The
again
removal
to
of
remove the
conditions, the
yes. They don't have a
751.
problem in their
Okay.
marriage. It's not
Okay.
like they have a fight. They don't have a fight. But she just said she's not comfortable enough to put in. There's no quarrel, there's no fight, like I said, but just that statement.
So with the 751 though, it's the same situation. And this is something, I mean, I don't know your friend, but if she open to talking, I will, explain it to her. That 751, she's still going to have, he's gonna need
No, he's a guy.
proof.
He's a guy. He's not a
It's
woman.
so
He's
he,
a guy.
so he,
He.
when they
Yes.
file, when she and him, because that removal of conditions, they're still going to ask for stuff from her and from him, right? They are still going to ask for bona fide proof that now, yes, they're married. He's got the 2-year green card, but they still want to see past that what has been happening in the marriage to grant him that 10-year, right? She got to give him something. I don't care if it's the cell phone bill, adding him not on her lease as a leaseholder, but adding him as a tenant, right? That wouldn't be putting his name on the lease. It's putting him there as a person who resides there, right? So if she's worried about putting him on bills because, I don't know, some people just are funny like that. They rather keep everything in their name. Giving him
What else
something
is on the
small,
chain?
the Wi-Fi bill, like their whoever their cable and service provider is, right? The phone bill, and adding him those three things, adding him as a tenant on her lease is at least small pieces of that. Then joint bank accounts for that 751. um Pictures of them traveling. Yep, car insurance is something, having them together on their car insurance. Life insurance policy where he took, she took one out on him, he took one out on her, little things like that. It don't have to just be the bills, but she's got to give him some solid pieces of showing that he has established himself in the states. she
Mm-hmm.
she gonna have to, because otherwise they gonna call him in with that 751, because they can't call you in for an interview with the 751. They can do that too, and a lot of people do not understand that, and especially with the climate that we're in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything is being scrutinized.
Mm-hmm.
She gonna have to ease up. She gonna have to do something very small. I mean, phone bill, tenant on the lease, joint bank account. That's at least three pieces of something that she can add him to, that Hey, you ain't got to put all your money in the bank account. Just show that y'all put $100 a month together, and that's y'all building y'all savings for a rainy day fund. It ain't got to be the one that the bills pay out of, right? But she gonna have to do something. She gotta ease up because she's gonna set them up for failure, and they could deny him that 10 year.
Thank you. I think I would tell him about that. Probably both of them having a joint bank account. I think that one will be better.
And,
Thank you so
and the
much.
joint bank account, they can do that too, even if he doesn't have his any identification
Well,
outside of his
he
passport.
has his two. So Miss Young said he has his 2 year green card, right?
Yes, he has.
Okay.
So they're
Yes.
coming up on the removal of conditions to get the
Hmm.
10 year. So yeah, he
Oh,
will be
okay.
good. The joint
Okay.
bank account will be
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You're welcome, Mrs. Young.
Thank you so much, Miss Young, for coming up. Guys, if you
Adrian
have
said she
any
had a
more,
question, but it was too long to put in the chat.
okay, please request to come up, guys. Even if somebody is up here, please request to come up so we can just move it on to the next person. If they got a question, we can go from person to person. I seen Hebrew something you requested, but I think you removed the request. If you're still in here, please request, guys. If you have any questions, please comment them. Not sure how to request. You put the pink and blue icon at the bottom, the plus sign.
The two little people.
Yes, because I'm not. Oh, okay. Wait, I can request you.
They done
I
changed the
just
two little people too. The icon done
yeah,
changed.
I just invited you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
welcome in.
Hi. So my question is pretty long. Everybody's situation is not like yours, but I like your situation because I do have a friend that I've been talking to. But what if you couldn't financially afford to travel over there to see your, well, he's your husband now, but at the time he was your friend. What if you didn't have the funds or he didn't have the funds for you all to see each other? How do you think that would have played out?
Well, I don't know that it's any different now than it was at that time because that's a hard situation because there are some people who have been in that situation that I know. It
Mm,
just took them a little bit longer to be able to accomplish the goal of going over. It's a lot harder for them to come this way in general. So that's not even something that we can try and tackle really because they usually get denied. Um, but it's just a matter of like, okay, hey, I want to see you. We both want to see each other. But we cannot do it right now. So it's like you got to work towards the goal, right? One lady I know, um, personally here in North Carolina, she with her job, she made decent money, but she had children, so she didn't really have the extra expenditure to put out. So she started doing little stuff because she's a really good cook. So she started cooking. She would do like menus, one on Saturday and one on Sunday of things that she would cook, and she would sell plates. And that was how she ended up raising the money to be able to go. Her guy, where he was, he started doing like little odd jobs to be able to make like extra money so that he could pay for certain things when she got there. So like if he could put the money up for 2 or 3 nights of the hotel, that was how he helped. So hey, you just gotta get here, right?
Okay.
Um, a lot of times I tell people now there's everything, Klarna, Afterpay, whatever, right? I say utilize them services and you can pay them off later, right?
Right.
Um, which when I started traveling, they didn't have Klarna and Afterpay didn't come around to maybe like by the time I was on trip 3, where we started figuring out that you could use them to buy tickets. Um, so don't let it get you down to the point that you feel like it's never gonna happen. Just do little odd things. Some of the women were driving Lyft and Uber. I know people who, one lady, she started babysitting for her neighbors. Little things can add up quickly. So you just try and keep the momentum going while you work on being able to save up the money to go.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Adrian, for coming up. Thank you for your support and all your comments throughout the live.
Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, if anybody has any more questions, any more comments, if they would like to come up, this is the last and final call. Yes, you can also book through PayPal in installments. That is
Yep,
so true, Donna
affirm.
Wife.
Yep.
Meanwhile, having meaningful conversations and interactions. That's true, Meek Meek. That is so true. That is so true.
I'm trying to make sure I ain't miss no
I
questions.
know I'm scrolling up too. It's not hard if you really want to make something happen. I agree with that, Chances Wifey. LDR is expensive. Let's be real.
Yes, it
That is
is.
true, Kiki.
It is
Right. Just
expensive.
save your money and go. Agreed, Chances Wifey. Um,
Okay, K asked, how many visits did you have before engaged and getting married? So, um, huh? No, it was one. Because we got engaged on the first trip. I came back on the second trip and we
got
got
married.
married.
Right.
So yeah,
Hmm.
two trips. Um Basically engaged on first trip, married on the second trip, which was like a month later. Again, everybody can't do that. But again, at the time when we were traveling, flights to Nigeria was like 600, 700. It wasn't 1400, 1800, 2000. It wasn't that expensive. My first flight when I went in February of 2021 was like 660. And that was round trip. Now you paying that for a one way or more. So it's definitely different now for those who are in LDR traveling now versus when we were traveling in 2018, 2019, 2021, the women who've been in this for a while.
Swag Money. Please make sure you're following LDR2Forever. Make sure you're following the platform. Thank you so much. Welcome up, Swag Money.
Hello,
Hello.
good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Sorry.
Here it's in the morning. Here it's 3 a.m.
Okay, can you please come back up when your volume on your microphone is a bit better?
Is it a bit better now?
A little muffled.
Oh, okay. One sec. Is it okay?
Not really.
Miss Young says she got another question.
Okay, Miss Young, come back up. Or unless you want to put it in the chat. Okay.
I
That's a good
definitely, Miss
question.
Charlene says she missed the days of oh God, Miss Young. Yeah. Woo! I want
Miss
honey,
Young asked, has
I
the
want you.
controversies on TikTok ever affected your marriage?
Yeah, cause my husband be sick of me. He be sick of me. I be coming and telling him, and he don't be wanting to hear. He be like, he don't want to hear the shenanigans. Miss Young asked, "Has the controversies on TikTok ever affected your marriage?" He don't want to hear the shit. I'ma just put it to you like that. He not at all. Not nary a bit. Yeah, Miss Adrian, you can shoot me a message. My inbox is open. Yeah, nah, he don't be with the nope. Um,
K Blue, you came in here several times. I think that a lot of places abroad, especially Nigeria, they have that restriction. A lot of people say that. I think a lot of people they still take the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? They still travel
it,
to
let
go
me
see that
let me
person.
put it to you
It
like this,
always says
baby.
that.
If people are still traveling to Afghanistan, okay, Palestine, Israel, because my airline just finally stopped the flights there. Nigeria is not nowhere near the worst.
Mm,
The like no every place in Nigeria ain't ideal. However, the warnings of you shouldn't travel, it's not that bad. It's really not. I promise you. I honestly, when I am in Nigeria, I feel at home, right in my house, harassing my husband and being able to see my family members. I be having a wonderful time. My skin be clear. The food is amazing. No.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello, okay, Blue, welcome in.
Okay. So, I'm Kay, by the way. Nice to meet you, Shay. My question would be like, when you first went there your first time,
Ooh, I don't know
is there an
why.
echo?
I'm struggling to hear.
Uh
It's an
Let
echo?
me try muting.
okay, Kate.
Okay.
No, it's not. I can hear you.
Is it still okay?
No, she said you good.
Okay. When you first went to Nigeria, um, I know they said like you have to be careful because a lot of people may try to like, if they see that you're American, especially when you start talking, they'll try to overprice stuff and all that whatnot.
Okay, that is true. Honey, you want to answer that? So she's talking about like how when we travel over, right? So when we out places and when we start to speak and they realize that we are American. I don't feel like I had as many issues with that. Um but yeah, well, honey, you kind of far. Hold on. I'll let you hear what he's saying. But I didn't experience that per se. I guess a lot of times like I got acclimated to my surroundings. Like so even like when I go to the market where our house is, the ladies know me. Um and they've never tried to overcharge me because I'm American. But honey, can you speak to that?
I mean, that's a great thing, though. I believe it happens in most places. Once they realize you're a foreigner there, they're trying to like change prices and trying to inflate the price on you so you can pay extra. And yeah, it's a great thing. It happens.
So with that, I usually don't say nothing. Um he would often until we got to a space where he felt like he was comfortable with me talking to certain people, like at the market, because at first when we moved down there and the first time we went to the market, he was like, be quiet. Okay, do what you're gonna do, right? But it's real, it is valid. There will be situations where you may want to do stuff on your own, um and you may not necessarily want your spouse to be there to do it. So say you want to do a surprise or something for him, but you got to talk to the vendors by yourself. I learned enough pidgin to be able to speak to them directly. Now of course the accent I don't have, right? But I can speak it enough that they don't necessarily automatically assume that I'm foreign, but like, hey, I wasn't born here, but I can speak to you in the same way you speak, right? So getting that little bit, so like if your spouse is or your fiance, boyfriend, whatever is teaching you, Bruno, don't do it because it's terrible. Because I'm Southern, so it don't always sound right. Uh, but just being able to speak to somebody. So like if I go to the market, I greet the ladies. How far now? Like they ask me, how you day? I day or what have you. Like being able to relate to them sometimes too helps in that versus them feeling like, hey, you a foreigner and you just don't know nothing. Because when you go and they want to haggle you on price, no now. What's gonna be the price last? Like I'm going to try and relate to you as much as I can so that you don't feel like you have to. I don't know if y'all get what
Mm-hmm.
you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like when you go to somewhere in Europe. When I go to France, I can speak enough French that I can talk to them in the way that they don't necessarily assume automatically that I'm an idiotic American and don't know nothing, right? So it's little things like that that helps. But no, on your first trip, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be the one speaking like that. My husband would do all of that.
Okay.
K Blue, does that help your questions?
Yeah, definitely.
Do
Thank you.
you have another question or anything that you want to
Well,
follow
I'll
up?
let the other people talk. I've been asking a lot of questions.
It's
Hello,
your
go
time and
ahead and
space.
ask. It was your
It's your
turn.
time and space.
Well, did they have something? I can go after them.
Okay, sure. Swag Money, welcome back.
Yeah, welcome.
Yes, do you have any comments, anything in regards to the interview?
Yeah, I'm new here and I just joined the
Oh,
group.
I don't know what's going on. I cannot hear you clearly.
Okay, Lee. Maybe mute and let me see if I can hear what he's saying. You might have to speak a little bit louder,
Yeah,
so
I
we
said
can.
I'm new here and I just joined the group.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
welcome. Thank you so much. Guys, if you are not following LDR2 Forever, please
Yeah.
make sure you are
Nice to
following
meet everyone.
LDR2 Forever. Guys, if you are new to this platform is a safe place for people who are in long distance relationships all over. Today was a interview day. We are interviewing a couple who just bridged the gap over a year and a half ago. They were telling us about their love story, and now they're just answering questions. So I want to put this out there. If you are single and searching, let me big screen myself real quick. Oh my God. Oh Lord. I don't know how to do it. But
Uh,
go,
Back in that
Jesus.
settings where you were when you changed the grid.
Oh, I'm not going to be able to do it today. Let me see. Okay. There we go. If you
Mm-hmm.
click on the profile, LDR2Forever, and you go to this post, it's pinned on the profile. Like it, save it, and say hi. If you are single and searching, go to this photo on the LDR2Forever page. That's it. Go to this video. Like it, save it, say hi. Okay? Thank you guys so much for coming up. Who do we have next? Cat Williams.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, welcome
Hello.
in.
Hi, Shay. I don't know you, so this is my first time seeing you and talking to you, but I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, I got so many questions, I don't even know where to start at.
Whichever one come to mind first.
Thank you. Okay, so I've already been through the I-130, got approved for
Okay.
that.
Okay.
I've already been through the NVC, National Visa Center, got approved for that.
Okay.
So right now, Vegas is April 2024, so I'm thinking about transferring his case so I can get my husband here sooner.
Okay.
So I listened to what you had said, how you had uploaded your birth certificate. I've already uploaded my marriage certificate. So I went on to the NVC and I clicked on other documents or add other documents. Is that correct? And is
Mm-hmm.
that how you upload extra documents?
That is, yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
So they when you want, so you're talking about like your I-864, your W-2s, or
No, no,
anything
no.
else
I've
that you
already
have.
been approved for all
So
of that.
okay.
I'm just wanting to upload additional documents. So
Oh,
when
like
my
extra
husband go to his
evidence and stuff.
interview, I'm sorry?
Like extra evidence that you may have.
Exactly, yes.
Yes, that's where you add that.
Okay, so what other information? I did my birth certificate, I did my passport, I've done my marriage certificate. What other documentations that you think they may ask? Although that we have the hard copy and the copy, but I want to upload it.
Okay. So, yes, you're doing right by uploading it, by him having the hard copy. The other things that you could add, like I was saying, I had extra evidence because I had trips after the approval. So say y'all buy a piece of land or something, that's also something like if your name and his name is on it, or you rent out a property together or the lease or something like that. That's a good thing to
Yes.
add.
Okay.
But for now, like everybody is saying in the comments, the transfer, I would not recommend it because a lot of the consulates that you would have when we were doing it that people
Mhm.
didn't know about that were moving now are backlogged too. Some of the smaller countries, their consulates are not as big. So like when we were thinking about transferring, we looked into Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire. At that point, a lot of people had really just started venturing that way, but they only have two consular officers that process these cases, right? One go on vacation, they got one person. The Benin Republic now is a hot one. Senegal itself processes 5 countries. Don't recommend it. So for now, I would say just hold on to where you are because you transfer, you could be end up being further down at a new consulate than where you are with Lagos.
Well, there is a country that's current. They
Okay.
in August 2025. My friend girl, she just sent her husband there. He transferred the case,
What was it
and
easy for
which
them to accept the case?
very easy. But the
Okay.
thing is, if you are Nigerian, they are refusing Nigerian.
Okay.
But there is an immigrant officer there. He will let you in if you give him between $500 to $700.
Okay.
She paid that money, and her husband is there now.
Okay, specific information in regards to transfers, prices, connections. I think that's just better to be dealt with
So I would
offline.
say, send me a message so that
Okay.
Yeah.
I can yes and so. I mean, not being funny, and I'm gonna be honest. A lot of people whose husbands got transferred to other places, it was definitely some money involved that had to be done. It
Right.
had to be paid. So yes, ma'am. Just send me a message, and I'll kind of answer any questions I can with you on that. But if they're current, hey, and y'all can swing it, I would knock it.
It's very expensive. The money that she has spent within the last 3 weeks, she spent
Hmm.
close to 4,000 within the
I
last
believe it.
3 weeks.
I absolutely
And
believe it.
to be honest with you, it sort of got me down because I'm like, that's a lot of money to be spending.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
Lagos is just so far behind.
And at one point they were moving really well. So I don't know what has happened with this the slowdown, but they were moving pretty decently at one point.
But then I also heard you say, and I heard other people say, Lagos is very difficult. They make it very hard.
Lagos is one of, out of a lot of consulates, and I can name a few. Um, Worldwide, Lagos is one of the harder ones to come out of. It can be if you are not on top of having what you need to have to show that bona fide marriage. So yeah, it can be. And that's why, like, I tell people, have everything that you can have, even if you think it's something small. The only thing I never recommend showing is financials. But
Right.
anything else outside of that, I would definitely say, yeah. So message me and we can talk and I'll kind of,
Okay.
we can go through it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. You're welcome anytime.
Thank you so much, Kat, for coming up and all of your support.
Thank you.
Bye. Who was next? Was it Kiki or Miss Young?
I think Kiki.
Okay. Hey, Kiki, welcome in.
I don't even remember. But hey, y'all. First of all, host, I want to say I appreciate your platform for it being a positive,
Mhm.
safe space. So thank you for that.
Thank
And
you.
Shawanda, so I got a couple of questions. The first question I want to ask, you had mentioned that you were traveling with your grandparents.
Hmm.
So my situation is coming up, and I'm stressing out. So how did you prepare your grandparents to travel, like the food, any vaccines, and stuff like that?
Okay, so you know a little bit more than the average. So yeah, like my grandfather has dementia. So trying to prepare Pop was like battling a kid because I would tell him stuff and he would forget, right? So of
Mm-hmm.
course I would have to tell Nana like, Nana, this is what we got to do. In terms of vaccines, they really didn't have to get any because they already, they go to the base. So they would have stuff already just because they were going to the base. The only thing I recommended for them was the malaria pills, right?
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, they already had the vaccinations. Um, Again, it depends on where you're gonna be. Like my grandparents wasn't in the village; they were in Benin and they were in Abuja, so they weren't exposed to certain elements. So if your parent family is not gonna be exposed to certain elements, like in the village, the brush and get them the malaria pills. And if they're okay with having yellow fever, get them the yellow fever because that can be applied anywhere. Even for me with work, I have to have yellow fever. Even to like if I work our flight to China or our flight to Thailand or certain European countries, we have to have it anyway. And that's what a lot of people don't know. People are like, I'm not getting that. I don't need it. In actuality, a lot of these countries could ask to see it, they just don't.
Mm-hmm.
But preparing, like we did the split flight. So like how I told y'all, how you remember I took them through France and we
Mm-hmm.
had like a 3 hour layover in France and we went into the lounge and they were able to shower and they were able to eat and just stretch out a little bit. So that's one of the things I would do if you're traveling and they haven't flown long distances like that. That's what I would do. Only reason I did it with my grandparents is because they hadn't been on a plane that long in a long time. But my grandparents are travelers. They take 14-day cruises and be on a boat. Like they got three cruises now back to back, right?
Right.
So it's just a matter of preparing compression socks or, during the flight after service, so after the food is served and the lights get turned down, having them walk maybe two times up and down the road, going to the bathroom just to stretch them out a little bit. Hey, sis.
You know,
Um,
the thing I'm really like stressing out about, like I done been there, so it's nothing for me. I just go follow my husband's lead. I'm good. But
right.
I'm just like, it's one thing when you got to worry about yourself. Now, my daddy, he grown, he can take care of himself. But
Yeah.
now I'm gonna be stressing out, with his sugar, making sure he eating the right foods and stuff like that. Blah blah blah. And my daddy almost 7 foot tall. He gonna stand out anywhere we go. So
Yeah.
just having that extra precaution, and it's just like really, like, I don't know, it's just really like
You
worrying
know
me.
what?
So
What
did
I
you
am
have any like as far as the cultural and environmental concerns? That's what I'm trying to ask. What environmental concerns did you have with your parents being there?
honestly, the place we picked to stay was somewhere that we had been before. So I knew, the air conditioning, the bathroom, and my husband was real like he real funny anyway. So it's certain places he won't even go if the environment ain't right.
Mm-hmm.
So he most definitely was not letting Nana and Pop go. Um, in terms of food, he only went to certain places that he knew he'd eat and that he trusted. They were not just eating anywhere. That like
Right.
that. So when it was time to eat, like he would go get the stuff and bring it back. The only time I think we went to what was it? No, honey, it wasn't ShopRite. What was that place? What was the store? What was the grocery store? I can't think of the name of it now. Yeah, the Market Square. Okay, yeah, and because again he'd eaten from them places and he knew those were things. If it was like them little buka places that me and him will eat, he wasn't buying for them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And of course, Nana has more food aversions than Pop, so like she can't eat spicy. Pop will try it, but he really can't either. So he would basically get them like fried rice and turkey or fried rice and chicken. He wouldn't really give them jollof. Even at the wedding, they had curry chicken and white rice. They didn't have the same thing as everybody else. Um, so it's really not hard to make like little deviations to certain stuff. It's still stuff that they'll be able to eat. And I noticed a lot of people were really nice to them because they were elders. There was never anybody who showed them any disrespect. Like they welcomed them. They greeted them very well and very nicely. So it was never with your parents. It's not something I think you will have to be worried about. Honestly, they were a lot nicer to them being elders there than that most people are over here. For real.
Yeah, I think it just be just how my anxiety get every time I get ready to go, girl. Ooh, child, then
I
that
know,
flight,
but
hey,
they gonna be fine. They will be fine, and trust me, your husband is gonna make sure stuff is A1. You ain't got nothing to worry about.
girl, I'll be ready to hurry up send my daddy back home because I need some alone time with my husband. I ain't got time for
Bye.
all that. But anyway,
Bye.
so my
Was
next question is for the initial when you just for the initial filing,
hmm
what is needed as far as evidence just for the initial filing?
So for the initial filing, that is your chance to tell the story. That's the one thing I say is the most important, right? So,
Thank you, Kimber.
um, one thing I say is if you have stuff to show, even separately, that you are combining life, right? So, if your husband got property, right? If he decides to add you to the deed, that's a piece. If of course, outside of your marriage certificate, that's got to be there. Having letters from people is good evidence. So, like somebody who knows of the relationship. So, like your dad, your mom, they talk to him, right? Getting them to write a letter. Um, your family, if it's your niece or your homeboys or your homegirls, your friends, people who know of the relationship, getting them to write a letter. Um, what else did we have outside of your pictures, your videos, your receipts? So say y'all fly together from Abuja to Lagos, right? In my packet I had the flight receipts for me and him, showing we was on the same flight, that we were sitting beside each other, that the ticket was paid on his bank account. I had all of those things. Some people, yeah, I showed them. Some
So,
people,
so at what point do I gotta have that book? Cause child, that's a lot. Let me tell
that
you
was,
something.
and that book, that was my initial evidence filing.
You did all that when you first filed. I ain't got time for that because I'm
Everybody,
good.
but remember, I had been on 5 trips by that point.
Mm-mm.
Almost, no, 6. I had been on 6 because taking Izzy made trip 7. So yeah, I had been 6 times. That's not everybody's story, right? But you ain't got to go crazy like that. I just was like, hey, I want y'all Negroes to know I've been here 6 times. We been in this, like, you know what I mean? Like, even if you got one good solid trip, one good solid trip can make a difference. Everybody's evidence won't be the same, but you can do certain stuff, right? Like I tell everybody, video chats, screenshots of your calls, screenshots of when y'all on video together, social media posts. That's something I had. We had the apartment together. Both our names was on the lease. That's a solid piece of evidence. Um, you can't get a bank account because you don't have an NIN or a BBN. But now, however, if you get your Niger Wife card while you are there, right? Get you an NIN and a BVN. Get a bank account together over there. That is a piece of documentation that you can use, right? So it ain't got to be a million pieces. Everybody ain't got to go to the hot place and back like I did.
Okay,
I
and
am
this
just,
is my
I'm a
last
single parent.
question.
Yeah.
Okay, my last question is here. I know you have mentioned it before, but I want you to kind of like mention it again so new people and everybody kind of hear. What are the 5 most important pictures from the registry that needs to be submitted?
Okay, so the pictures from the registry. So the picture of you signing, him signing. That's 2. 3 is the oath. 4 is the picture at the end, where they take the picture of you and the what is the person's title? The registrar, man, person, lady, man, whichever one. And then 5 is the end of you and him with the certificate.
Okay, thank you,
And
ma'am.
yes, and the family. So usually your witnesses take a picture with you. Those are the 5 that you want to have included in your documents.
All right, well, I appreciate you. Thank you, host, for having me. I'm dropping back to the comments.
Thank you so much, Kiki, for coming up and all your support throughout the live. Miss Young, welcome back.
Yeah, sorry. One more last question. I put it in the comment, but I guess you guys did not say it. So
Mm.
my question is, did you guys ever have any problem with food when your
Um,
husband came to the US? Was
so
there ever a
like if
problem?
he
And
brought food home?
yeah, how are you guys navigating food? Like, do you guys conclude on American food only or
No, we cook
African?
both. We cook both. Um, so I eat a lot of Nigerian food, so we haven't really had that issue. Um, where I know some people like I don't want him cooking that food in my house. That I eat it, so that for me, and our kids eat it. That's not even a thing. Like we go to the market together, or sometimes if I'm at the market, I'll be like, "Honey, I'm at the market. What you need?" And he'll say, "Oh, I need XYZ, or get me XYZ." All right, cool. Or sometimes I'll say, "Honey, I want such and such," and he'll make it. Or he'll tell me he wants something and I'll make it if it's something I know how to make. So the food thing, I think that's one thing I easily accept it. Like this is what you eat, just like what I eat is what I eat. So when I would go to Nigeria, I would introduce stuff to him that was things that I like to eat. So on Thanksgiving, I made a little ghetto Thanksgiving. Like I made food over there, like I was telling y'all, mac and cheese. I made that, and at first he liked the cheese.
I was like, there's too much
It's too.
cheese.
That's you hear him. He's like he literally came in the kitchen and he looked and he was like, "That's too much cheese." And I'm like, "Honey, it's mac and cheese." But he liked when I made the Italian chicken. I made that from scratch. He was looking at me in the market buying vinegar. Like, what are you buying vinegar for? Because I need to make my Italian chicken. So we both shared with each other the things that we like to eat. My husband has taught me how to make a lot of the dishes that I know how to make now. That was something that we bonded over. Was he swears I make the best jollof. Again, this is the person who taught me to make jollof, which would mean he made good jollof, right? So, but yeah, no, that's not a thing with us, Mrs. Young. Like, if he cook it, I'ma eat it. I now if I don't think there's anything that you made that I didn't like though.
My second question is, have there ever been a point in time where you had problem with him sending money back home?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, that whole sending money back home. And here, let's just be realistic. And this is one thing that people might not agree with me on, but I expect for my husband to look out for his family. That's just how I am. So where some people be like, "Oh, my husband sending all his money to his mom and daddy," those are his parents. I expect him to do that, right? If one of his siblings reach out to him and be like, "Hey, bro, listen, I'm a little bit this, that, and the third," I expect him to help them because they've helped him. Like that whole with the money back and forth thing, I don't agree with that. Like,
My contribution to that is this, right?
okay, well, Miss Young, he got a contribution, but you can't be whispering because you be talking like he don't talk.
All right, so my contribution to sending money back at home is this, right? You got to take care of your family here first before you take care of the one at home. I'm gonna say for your mom, your parents, that is, explicit. You got to take care of your parents. But if you got kids over here, you got a wife over here, you can't be locking here and sending all your money back home, right? So yeah, I think that's just it for me. You got to take care of your family here first. As well, you know that the ones you got here are good, straight. Then you can do what you want to do at home.
And I think like, yeah, like my husband, he will say, "Okay, well, honey, are we straight here first?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we good," right? Even when he was gone and he was in training, I would let him know, hey, honey, in the letter, I would write him and be like, "Hey, honey, like, I got mommy. I made sure mommy was straight," because he says, "Okay, well," and he talks to me about it. He be like, "Honey, there's certain things I want to do for my parents." Cool. We straight. As long as we're okay, I have no issue with that, right? So when he was gone, if mommy was in need of something, mommy had, right? That's just how I am. And maybe for me, I lost both of my parents young, so my husband's parents to me are like my parents. So I would do the same thing for his parents that I would do for mine. So we don't have
Mm,
that battle with the money thing. And we
mm-hmm,
communicate about the money thing from very early on. He's always said, "Well, honey, it's certain things I want to do for my parents." Absolutely. Cool
mm,
beans. I'm with you on that. Your parents is your parents. You get one set. So my
mm-hmm,
mindset is different because I lost my parents as a teenager. And I never got to do certain things for them that I wish I could have. So with his mom and dad, by all means, do what you gotta do.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. I gotta
Yes.
drop now.
Okay,
no
yes,
problem.
ma'am.
Thank you. Hi, Sandy. Welcome up, girl.
Hi. I just want to start by saying this was a great interview. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Shay. You guys really, this was very informative. This is the only interview. No, I think this is my second interview I've listened to, but this one was so informative. I felt like you carried us on the whole journey of your relationship, which was amazing. The question that I had was, how much do you, if you don't mind sharing, how much did you spend collectively for your weddings, and like how long was the planning process? I know you had a wedding planner. Was she like did she do the traditional wedding planning
She
and
did
the okay?
everything. So Miss Faith was with us even with the court. She was
Oh
there with
wow.
us. Our photographer was like even down to the engagement pictures. She coordinated all of it. Um, at first my husband was like, "What we need a wedding planner for?"
Right. Yeah,
And
like
he was like, "What's the cost?" And so I told him the cost. He was like, "Excuse me." Y'all, he was at first like, this man smooth told me, he was like, "A beg, we can get a DJ for 20K." And I'm like, for 20,000 naira, like,
Speaker around and play me some music.
right. He told me all they gotta do is bring the speaker around. So my husband at first was like, "Nah, like we spending a whole bunch of money." But as time went on and he started seeing things come to fruition, the ease of having somebody who could step in when we couldn't, because I wasn't there and he was in a different city, so he was traveling back and forth between where he lived and where we were having everything. Yeah, Jayla, that was the 20,000 naira. Yeah, he was talking about the neighborhood DJ. So having somebody on ground for us, and when I tell y'all, this woman went like there was nothing that I would be up and it'd be midnight here in America and she would be up and me and her would be talking and texting. Everything down to our tailors. She had everything. When I got my fabric, I had it sent to her. She had it sent to my tailor. She was really on top of everything. She had two assistants that if I couldn't reach her assistants knew what was going on. They could go and get stuff done for us. So yeah, let me see. If I remember from our because we had an invoice. So with our invoice, I want to say in 21, it was like what would have total been 5.1 million naira. But she
mm-hmm,
did everything from the time we hired her to the time we had all three ceremonies. She did not miss anything with us. It
wow.
wasn't a thing that I couldn't call her about. And she, even after the wedding, I can still call her and say, "Hey, Miss Faith, can you look out for me?" Even when I took my son and we were thinking about doing his naming ceremony and I was thinking about certain stuff, she was like, "Yeah, send me what you need." When I was going to do my baby shower over here and I was thinking about getting stuff and my husband was in Kenya and I was like, "I think I want to do XYZ." She still was on top of it. This woman to this day, I can still call her. She's based in Benin, but she travels everywhere. Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt. So she will go wherever you need her. And she was a lifesaver. She did not let people overcharge us. She did not allow people to take advantage of us. If she thought they were trying to charge too much, she was like, "Nope, we're not using that vendor. Here's another one."
Wow. And that was 5 million naira for the whole. Everything.
Everything. That
Wow.
was clothes. That was our caterers. That was our lady who did our drinks. That was our cake. That was her fee. That was the venues, because we had two separate venues in one building. That was the cultural dancers that we had on the traditional wedding. That literally everything. If I showed y'all the invoice, it's all there.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah. So
Okay.
it definitely made a difference, and it made the experience easier. Yeah, that was 4 years ago, but again, she still know people in every price point. So if
Mm-hmm.
you say this is your budget, yes, we did. Actually, more than, yeah, we did. My husband did a lot of it, but I was a typical American. I want what I want, right? So I didn't budge on certain things, like that DJ that he thought was finna come from the neighborhood with one speaker. I was I wasn't budging on that. Um, but yeah, like having a planner or having somebody who can help you makes a lot of difference, and it can save you too, because they're working directly with the planner, right? So they don't know that you're a foreigner, right? So when you start with the cost, they're giving you costs based on what they are telling the planner, versus
Exactly.
having me, the Oyimbo, reached out. It would have been a different thing. But
Mm-hmm.
I can say the Ember months, September to December, prices do go up.
Yeah, that's true. Because
So
even if you double that 10 million, that's still for two weddings for the wedding. And I just went and looked at some of the pictures. That is a really good deal with the planner. Wow.
yep, that was
Wow.
with the planner, that was the photographer, the DJ. I mean, that was literally everything.
Uh,
And that was now one thing I would say with my planner. When you pick a theme for your wedding, her hostesses even have their attire made to fit your theme. So our girls, and this was before I ever became a flight attendant, y'all. Our girls were dressed like flight attendants, because it was like the theme was kind of, I can't remember how to explain it, but she kind of included like the flying and the joining between two countries together. Um, and so we had like little airplanes hanging in the clouds and stuff like that. And the
oh,
girls were dressed like flight attendants. And even that fee included all of their outfits being made by a tailor.
wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And your dresses were beautiful. So that had to be, I mean, that's a really good price. Really good price.
Yeah, believe it or not, my white wedding dress I rented from this company called Vivi Nollywood Bridal. 284 US dollars, everything. That was the dress, the veil, the now I did get, she had crowns and stuff inclusive, but of course I was extra, so I went outside and got one bigger that I wanted. But yeah, that was everything. And the robes I had for my sisters and his cousins, that was all inclusive in that 5 million.
Oh, she thought about everything. That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean she's done people's weddings for 100,000 if that's what they have, and she really makes sure that people are able to have a really nice wedding for what they can afford. Son.
Right, that's important. Well, thank you so much for answering that question. That was the only question I had.
Oh yes, no
Thank
problem.
you so much, Sandy, for coming up and making this live, and thank you for your support. Okay, chat. I am not seeing any more questions.
I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss any.
Yeah, I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling.
Okay, I answered the Abbeys. Okay, Jayla, yeah. Oh, yeah, girl, she could definitely do it with 700 people. She did a wedding that had 2,800 guests.
Mm,
Yeah, she did. She's done several events. I don't know if y'all know who Bobrisky is, but she's done
I do
several
know.
events. She
Yeah.
did Bobrisky's father's funeral. All of the,
Wow.
yeah, she's done Bobrisky's birthday events. So yeah, she can definitely do it. You tell her your budget, she gonna get it done. You tell her how many people, she can get it done. And she is worth, when I tell you worth every penny, she worth every penny. Like if we have something back over there again, I'm definitely calling her because she is OCD in the way I needed her to be OCD. And she understood like if I walk in this wedding venue and the place setting is wrong, I'm going to have an issue. I'm that OCD. So,
Can you show what your wedding photos again?
oh yeah, let me
Yes, please
let me
show the
let
wedding
me
photos, guys who
go.
was not there again. She's gonna show her wedding photos. Beautiful wedding. It reminds me of all the Nollywood Nigerian movies I be seeing. How the weddings be.
Not the Nollywood. Okay, let me show y'all. Oh, I didn't show y'all this one. So this is my favorite with my grandfather. So this is me and Pop. And
Oh,
Pop had his outfit made. And when he
yes.
got back home, he had to wear it to church because he wanted everybody to see his outfit from Nigeria.
Okay.
And to this day, it's still one of his favorites. My nana tells me all the time
Oh,
that he still got to find a reason to wear his outfit.
period.
Um, I didn't show y'all Nana either. Oh yeah. Okay, let me
Yes, take them through it.
so let me show y'all where is it? And y'all, I'm going back through pictures. So let me uh okay, so for those who didn't see,
This is the wedding cake. They said their
yeah,
wedding
this is the
cake was
cake.
different layers, different flavors, each layer.
Yeah, that's and his cousin is a baker. So if y'all need a baker in Nigeria, she A1. Okay. She listen, that cake was amazing. And it tastes good too. And that ain't just me big up at her because she my cousin, but I am because the cake was really, really good. And it was really, really nicely done. Um, so let me show y'all. Um, what else? Let me show. Oh, hold on. Let me.
You gotta show the two dresses.
Yeah, that's what, girl. I'm telling you, I'm scrolling through these pictures and trying to find them.
It's that velvet one. That
Oh,
velvet one
okay. So
bad.
the engagement pictures is the ones you would talk about. Okay,
Yes,
let me
you
show you
got
those.
yeah, you gotta show the engagement pictures, then you gotta show the wedding pictures, then you gotta show the wedding pictures, you gotta show
Okay,
all the
so
pictures.
let me go back to the engagement pictures. Where are they? Where are they? I got so many pictures in here, y'all. It's not even funny. Okay, so you liked this one.
Yes. Chef's kiss.
Everybody liked that picture.
Fire.
Um, the way she brought the cake, I'm assuming that she had it in parts, and if I remember her telling me, she put it together in the venue. So she had each layer separate, and then when she got to the venue, she set it up. So that's one of the engagement pictures, and then let me show you because that was also some of the ones that like the gift that we gave for the wedding. Everybody kind of got like a notebook basically that had our pictures in it. And that was one of the favorites. Let me see. So we going. So this September. Let me go back. Gotta go back. Okay. Here's the second dress. I think I showed y'all this one, but I'll show you a different version of it. So that's the second outfit, which that fabric is still my favorite. So that is one of the engagement pictures. And then everybody's favorite was this dress. Y'all, the dress that my husband was like, what are you doing? Because I couldn't fit through the door on the day of the wedding. So they were doing the introduction. You know how when the couple comes in and all of that. I could not fit through the door, y'all, like for real, for real. And it was, I didn't expect for it to have been that big, but it was that big. So that's the full picture of the dress.
Shay.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. It is like a Cinderella. Oh my
And
goodness.
that was like the third dress I tried on. Yes, it
Ooh.
did. Miss Nala, I'll tell y'all, Miss Nala was on the phone with me. It literally took up the whole car. My planner had to drive me in her
Wow.
SUV, and it still took up the whole back seat.
Wow. KMC, you did say that. Oh my.
And so it was, when I tell y'all, I was cracking up because the DJ called for us to come in.
Wow.
And my husband was like, "Are you coming?" And I was like, "Dude, I can't fit in the door." So that was after we did the vows. So Kanisha, I actually rented the dress in Nigeria from a company called Vivi Nollywood Bridal. And they have every type of dress in every price point that you could want. And they have their shops in different cities, so you can go in and try them on and see what styles you like. Yeah, our wedding planner was a fool, okay? Like, I am, and honey, he right here. He wanted to wear black, right? But I was like, no, I don't want you to wear black, right? But the white jacket looked so nice on him that day. I was like, he didn't see me at first because I was in the car on the phone. And I told Miss Nyla they were walking to go take pictures. I was like, oh, he looks so cute in his outfit. But like, oh yeah, the registry dress was different. I did have a different dress for the registry. I actually had a white dress for the registry too. And initially I had a different dress that I had just like ordered, but then we decided to like get an actual dress. Where's the? Let me show y'all the dress from the registry. I'm trying to see if y'all can see the whole dress. And that's not the whole picture, but that's.
Yes, but still, oh, wow.
Well, thank you, Jayla.
Period.
Girl, no, you're not in trouble, girl. I know you. I know you. Yeah. But yeah, definitely check out Vivi Nollywood Bridal. Check them out. A lot of bridal shops have different dresses, so that was a whole different one. Not as big as the actual. Yes, my husband is Edo Bruno. Yes, he is a Benin boy. Yeah. But it is nice to have had the planner. I tell anybody that if you can have somebody so that you and your husband alone are not trying to do everything, because it can get stressful. It can be a lot. Okay, and this is on traditional wedding day. That's one of my favorite. Oh, Josie. Oh, look.
Oh
Baba Hello.
my.
Edo boy for life. You know these things.
Bye, sir.
Wow. This is so beautiful.
Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite pictures of us on traditional wedding day.
Mm.
Okay, Jen, your husband is from Benin too. Yes. Yeah. Mrs. Young said he said
Period.
Bruno said it over himself. Yeah, honestly, Miss Adrian, my husband is very industrious. One thing he always will have is a job. That man don't play about work and liking to and having money. Like, he don't play around. That man gonna work. He gonna have some. Like, and so that's one thing I admired about him. Even when we would talk about early life, if it meant he had to move somewhere else to have stability, he would move to wherever he needed to have a certain level of stability. Miss Nala said, "Hey, G Money." So yeah, like, those are some of our pictures,
Yes.
but I gotta listen. Where's the picture of my mother-in-law? Because y'all got to see. Mommy was it. I don't care what nobody say. Where's that picture of mommy?
Period.
When I tell you, mommy came through. Yeah. Spoiled baby. Where is that picture of mommy? She was so pretty. She always looks good. That's another thing. I think my husband got his fashion sense from his mama and his daddy, cause they be about their outfits. Okay, mommy closet. I just want to walk in her closet and just take stuff.
Period.
Cause she got purses, shoes, clothes, jewelry. Okay, and I mean jewelry. Like I just be like, mommy, let me hold one of them gold rings or the bracelets. Like I love that. And so um getting to see the whole family just dress up was fun. And mommy not having to stress about what, like cooking. Y'all see my mother-in-law? Y'all see how fly she is,
Oh,
baby?
she didn't play.
You see
She did
the
not
jewelry,
play.
okay? The bracelets, the rings. Mommy came
Yes.
ready.
And the hair wrap, the
Yes.
color on the skin. This is beautiful too.
I tell people one thing for certain, two things for sure. Mommy gonna pop out every time. Okay? And I love that for her. Yes, mommy is a fine girl.
Oh, Miss Young, that's very sweet of you to say. Now tell me why a man won't stay when he has a beautiful woman with a beautiful character. Thank you for sharing.
Thank
Yes.
you, Josie. Yes, mommy know they carry last though. Mommy is a fine girl, baby. I love it. Every time she get new clothes, I'll be like, mommy, I know
Yes.
that's a new dress. But yeah, like those do we have no, we haven't done family pictures yet with both of the babies. Not yet. That is coming. Um I just haven't sat down to plan it yet, but definitely something we are doing soon, especially now that he's 2 and she'll be 1 in November. So just having those memories. But he has pictures from when he was in Nigeria. So he has some of those, and then we'll probably get their individual pictures done too. So
How many
yeah.
kids do y'all have? Two.
One boy, one girl. Yes.
Yeah, we have a fun family picture though for Christmas.
No, I will never show. God forbid. No, y'all. Okay. So I had the baby a few days before Thanksgiving. So on Christmas, my sister came out with like these little joke items, like these glasses and hats. And he thinks that is the funniest thing. I can't stand that picture. I looked a terrible mess postpartum. Like,
Hmm.
yes, like no, I would never show nobody that picture. And look at her spoiled. Look at her. Look at her spoiled.
Period. As she should be.
And when he
Oh.
come home, that boy runs straight. He hit that lock turn and he at the door. Okay, he is on his daddy like white on rice. Like so, yes, these two kids are very spoiled, and I know when they go home again, because the boy was spoiled when he was at home. I know when they get a hold of this baby girl, it's yeah. But
Period.
no, it's been a journey, right? But
Mm,
it's what you make it, right?
mm,
And even when things are not, look at you, see you playing. That's the boy. Even when things are frustrating and hard, and you
mm,
be tired, and you find reasons to keep trying, right? And if a
mm,
person is worth it to you, you gonna keep doing. You gonna figure out a way to make stuff work. So
mm.
again, that word I said, patience.
Yes.
Have we decided when we going back? Next year. Next year. Oh, hopefully. Um, yeah, he always beating on something because he think he gonna be the next dry, and he might be a drummer. I don't know. But yeah, the journey is definitely what you make it. It's what you put into it. If you put in, you will get out. If like you can't expect him to do everything. Um. Oh, how did we? Yes, he is full energy. Honey, what you say? What you say, the boy and the upper boy? Yes, my husband is from upper, so he say his son is the upper boy, and his boy don't sit down. Um. Our parenting style really ain't that necessarily different. I think my husband is more lenient than I am, honestly. Um, which a lot of people would expect to be opposite, that he would be the one putting foot to ass. It's me. Like, he'll be like, honey, leave him be now. When the boy tearing shit up, and I'm like, no, he tearing up the house. And he like, leave him be. He a baby. So he's more lenient. But he don't do a whole lot of foolishness, right? So when it gets to be too much, he will address it. Where I'll be like, Izzy, stop. Just on general, stop before you break something. He'll be
Mm.
like, he'll learn. And I'm like, so, okay, all right. And you hear the boy, he talking about, yeah.
Yes, he ain't playing. He up and energized. Let me find out bro stopped on his head.
He
Period.
his kid, baby, his kids. Okay, it's like that meme where they be like, "And let me tell you, don't play by my kids." Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
You will find out. You will see Shaggy behind his kids. 110%. So yeah, no,
Yes.
we're not too different in the like. I think, like I said, I'm more
Okay,
okay. How
chat. These the
okay.
last two questions and we letting them go. Y'all loving her. I'm here for it.
Yes, he speaks the language to the kids. Yes, he does. They ain't figured out quite what it is yet, but they somehow know to respond.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he speaks Benin to the kids pretty much every day, um, all throughout the day. How do you handle individual differences on issues?
What's that?
So we got a question that says, how do we handle individual differences on issues? I'm more vocal. Absolutely more vocal. If it ain't life ending, he'll tell you real fast it ain't his business.
I feel like everything is not everything is worth your energy. So unless you really need to address it,
And I'ma say what I'ma say. Always. And
Period.
he will tell me that. He'll be like, honey, everything ain't gotta have a response, right? Um and so
I want your
sometimes
husband to share some insight on
okay.
him coming and now being here in the States
what's that?
and
She wants you to share insight on you coming and now being in the States.
like the transition, the
Okay.
difference, culture shock.
Um, for me personally, there's always a huge difference from where you're coming from and the life you met over here, the lifestyle, the cultural difference, the just different stuff generally. So the food.
I told him about you at Chick-fil-A first.
So
That man want to catch up.
yeah, because coming from Nigeria, when we get fries, all we use is ketchup. I will just make that silly example, right? So when I got over here, when we get fries, the only thing I want was ketchup. Like it took me a minute before I could get used to ranch, honey mustard, and other stuff. But now that's my favorite. You
Oh,
see,
that's cool.
right? But at first, it wasn't like I wasn't willing to try. I tried it, but the taste was just weird out of first time
Hmm.
because it wasn't something I was used to. I ever tried before. So
Yes. What is one thing that you can say to people who are in long distance relationships, and a lot of people hear negative things, negative talks, maybe about specific countries, you know.
I mean, I feel like people have different opinions. People have different perception about things, and people are just judgmental
Mm,
again. So whether long distance relationship, no matter where you're from, if it's meant to happen, it's gonna happen. Marriages don't work in America. American marriages don't work. You know, so
That's true.
relationships don't work either. It could be any part of the world. If it's meant to be, and if you both are willing to put the work in to make it successful,
mm,
it's gonna work. But if one person is doing the whole work and the other one is just sitting back and not willing to do nothing about fixing the relationship, making it work, there is no way. You see, and another thing is this: when I got here newly, we had we had obviously there were like cultural shock because me coming
Mm-hmm.
from a different part of the world and having to abandon everything that I'm used to my whole life, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of difficult for me, and my wife not having to have a man, you know, most of her life, right? I mean, marriage, it's a huge like I don't really know how to put that, but it was quite difficult at the beginning. So I feel like that is the stage that a lot of people fail, the marriages fail,
Mm-hmm.
where the man come over here. We had issues. I won't, you know, marriage. What it
I
was it?
told him we had
Right.
yeah,
We
like
had issues. It got to a point where I felt like maybe this thing won't work. I almost felt like maybe I should go back home. And the thing for me was that I didn't have a job at that point, and I don't like being, just sitting one place without making money, without doing nothing for myself. I didn't like that, so I was beating myself down on that aspect already, and having every little thing could trigger this negative part of me, where I feel like, oh, maybe it's because of X, Y, Z. That's why things are going this way. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that was a big issue for us at a point, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we also had to find a way to navigate through that point of our marriage and relationship. We had to find a way to navigate through that point, and everything got better. So yeah, I feel like a lot of people fail because I was almost there. So when I see
Mm-hmm.
people, not succeeding after they get here, few months later or maybe less than a year later, the marriage, ends, and the lady start feeling like it's a marriage fraud. They just couldn't succeed the most difficult part of the marriage,
Part.
which is the man leaving his
Mm-hmm.
home to a new place, starting all over again,
Mm-hmm.
and the lady having to harbor someone who she's paying his bills and doing every other thing to
Mm-hmm.
accommodate him. The load is also not easy on the lady because we in America, there's a lot of bills, and having one person pay for the whole bills is not really easy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's on both sides, both the man and the woman. So it's really not easy at a point. But if you're willing to work together and push through, it can only get better. Definitely worth it. So yeah,
To couples who are in that rough stage when they first transition to coming,
yeah.
that rough part, that tough part, what can you say to a couple that is in that space right now? They are going through it, they are arguing, what can you say to them right now?
I think is what I gotta say is patience.
Mm,
Be patient and be easy on each other. Understand that this person haven't been here before. Neither of you has been in this position in your life before. Unless the lady has had, be in a relationship where she had brought someone over here before, so she had a past experience of the expectation, what it looked like. But if it's a first time bringing someone over here, and the man first time staying with a lady, because that's basically what you're gonna do. You're gonna be with her for a minute before you can start putting your own shit to get your own stuff together. Mama, pardon my language. Putting your own
I
stuff
didn't say
together.
that.
So yeah, it's just patience, and
mhm.
I
Yes.
think I think it comes down
I
to
agree with you,
two.
Baba Josie.
I think it also comes down to
So
what value you see in it, honestly.
right,
Mm,
Because if you see the value in the person that you're with, then you will try. Like I tell people, and everybody who know me know I'm very hard and I'm very
mhm,
straightforward. My husband knows that too, because when he speaks, he's very straightforward. But what
mhm,
value do you see in this person? Like,
you know. Sorry to cut you, but sometimes it's hard to see the value.
true?
Sometimes it's hard when you are more like a stressful
Yeah.
situation where you can barely see above the moment,
Yeah.
right?
mhm,
Where everything seems just so difficult. And for me, when I got here, my wife wasn't working,
mm,
so although she was earning, but wasn't as much as
My full, yeah.
if she was working. So it wasn't that easy.
mm,
And like I said, America is expensive. That's a reality. You can never get prepared for, like I told her before, like you can never get prepared for what you're gonna meet over here. Because coming from home, there's this expectation, there's this high expectation of, the American dream, the almighty America, and as soon as
Mm,
you get here, you get to a point where you start feeling depressed as a man.
mm,
You're gonna get to that, the depression point, but it's just a matter of time and, you know, work and patience. I believe you can always get through
mhm,
Somebody said, "How you like in the military?" Oh,
it. Who said it?
good job, buddy.
Kiki, but,
Yeah,
How are you liking the military?
yeah.
it's a beautiful experience.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a beautiful experience. Being able
Mm,
to work with people from all over the world,
mm,
it's a beautiful experience. It's like I came in America, I came in America, and I was just dropped in the middle of America.
mm,
You know what I'm saying? So if I
mm,
just maybe doing the regular job where there are either this particular set of people or
mhm,
different set of people, it would have been a different case. But I'm doing a job where we have people from all over the world,
Yeah,
mm,
right?
because even at basic, y'all
So
had people from Nepal,
from
Curacao,
different,
Jamaica.
I've only been to a few African countries before coming over here, but being in the military, I've met different guys from, different part of Africa, and we just
mm,
click like, yeah, like we're brothers
mm,
because we are Africans.
mm.
So yeah, it's a beautiful experience, I'll say.
Josie said, "How's military treating you away from family, and how did you manage it?"
That was a crazy part. Being away from family, having a newborn, or Izzy was barely
Izzy was like 7 months, 8 months.
7 months old. Right, he just started calling Dada when I had to leave home for training, and I was away for almost 6 months at a point. So to the
Wow.
extent where my son had to come to me in Virginia. I was in training for his first birthday. So
Mm,
I felt really bad because I didn't really have to spend time with him. So
mm.
yeah, that was difficult. But we also,
Your one call a week on Sundays.
yeah,
Mm,
during basic training, yeah, that was difficult. That was a
mhm,
difficult part. And every now and then I also gotta, leave my family for training. Last month I just got back from 2 weeks training, and I'm leaving again next month for about 4 weeks training.
mhm.
So yeah,
Wow.
that part is quite difficult for myself and my wife and the kids too. They might not really understand, but
Mhm.
yeah,
Good
it's
buddy. Good job.
it's quite difficult in that aspect.
Um, my last question.
Please don't cry.
Are there, no, I'm not gonna say are there. What are the stereotypes that you thought about African American women that is not true? Then I want to hear the opposite. What did you hear about Nigerian men that is not true?
Oh, that's a good one, actually.
Okay, so I,
You
I won't say it's not true or it's true. I'll just say people have their personal experience,
Mhm.
right? So projecting your experience or generalizing your experience on everybody is totally wrong,
Mhm.
right? So I have my personal experience in my marriage. It doesn't define everyone else's marriage.
Sure.
That is my personal experience. So I feel like people come online sometimes just to.
So I'm gonna expound on what she's saying. Do you okay? So you sometimes we hear,
Right.
at least I'm gonna expound on this. Sometimes online, you know how I've told you some of the men be like, "Oh, Black American women are baby mamas," or "We all got food stamps," or "We all got this, that, and the third. We uneducated, we loud, we want to be the men, we're masculine, we're all of these things, right?" Uh,
Ghetto.
right. So she's asking, what is like that perception that you might hear, right? What is your experience with that perception? What, buddy?
Hey, food stamp. If we have food stamp in Nigeria, I'm sure every mother want to go for it, right?
Mhm.
So it's difference of opportunities, and
Get your cup.
culture.
Go get your cup.
Mhm.
The Black American women had to fight to
Go get it.
get,
Go get
you
it.
know, that's from what I've seen so far. Well,
Mhm.
even before I got here, I have this mindset about things and people. I've been told a lot by my wife, my sister-in-law. So they tell me a lot. They prepared me before I got here. So coming over here and hearing those, a lot of times I don't want to listen to those social media things. I'm not a social media person. I
Mhm.
don't want to hear people's whatever you think, whatever you believe. That's on you.
Mhm.
So I don't really move by people's perception. Oh,
Mhm.
so I really don't have any feeling about that.
Like, so did you think that it was true? Like, when, okay, prior to me telling you some certain things, right? Had you heard
Prior
that
to that,
before?
I didn't have no Black American friend or anybody.
So
So there
you
was no
okay?
way I
So
would.
you had right. So yeah, like some of the guys have heard other men on here saying, "Oh, don't date." Like I told you about a few of them. Oh, don't date the Black American woman. All of them baby mamas and this, that, and the
Those are the
third.
things I really don't appreciate. I really don't like to hear. I also hear men coming online to talk about Nigerian women. Oh, Nigerian women are this and that. Nigerian girls, I don't like hearing conversations like that because you can't
Mhm.
judge everyone
Off
based on
one,
your personal
yeah.
experience. I have sisters; they are hardworking.
Mhm.
I have cousins. I have family members who don't depend on men.
And we
So
yeah
when they
we've
when they
had
come
that
online to be
discussion too.
like when they
Yeah.
come online to be like, oh, Nigerian ladies are this and that, it annoys me because
Mhm.
not everybody, people just a lot of times I don't really know. I feel like they're just saying things just to gain favor from the other side or something.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
I make examples sometimes. If whether you're an American girl or a Nigerian girl, if you are 24, 22, 23, you don't have life, figured out for yourself yet.
Mhm.
Whether you're Nigerian American, if you are 30 plus and you're a lady, you haven't figured your life out. What are you doing?
Yeah.
That's the difference.
But it goes the same way. Like you were asking about what I heard, right?
Mhm.
Everybody's favorite thing to say, you sure
There's
you gonna go meet this man? Cause he probably a scammer. I said, what? Like, I'm just
yeah.
and
So
see for me, I grew up with friends from different places. Like I was telling you, my Congolese
Mhm.
friend is getting married in October. In
Mhm.
elementary school, my closest friends were for Cameroon, and I had a friend from
Mhm.
Liberia. I never
Mhm.
experienced like that was never my idea. So I told my husband about back in the day how people used to call people an African booty scratcher. I never thought that was funny. I was
Mhm.
never cool with that. It actually bothered me because I'm like, why we gotta pick like y'all wanna pick on people and y'all wanna make jokes and it's not funny, right? So when I met my husband, I never that wasn't the experience I had with him because it would be times that I would say, honey, I want to send you something to do something nice for yourself. He'd be like, you better not. Like, I don't like
Mhm.
don't send me nothing. And I'm like, why I can't do something nice for you? Like I literally had to go behind his back the first trip because his birthday was right after I left. So I
Mhm.
called his cousin, who is the baker, and I said, sis, I want to do something nice for your brother since I'll be gone. But you can't tell him, right? Just
Mhm.
bring it and he'll figure it out. So she comes to the hotel and he like, sis, what you doing here? And she's like, oh, I'm bringing your cake now. He's like, what cake? And I'm like,
Mhm.
your birthday, happy birthday. And he looked at me, he was
Mhm.
like, you spent money. I'm like, yes, like even stuff like that he didn't like, right? So that whole idea that all Nigerian men are scammers or all Nigerian men are where people like, oh, African men are abusive or I ain't never had a moment where I ever thought my husband was ever gonna slide up and pull up on me and put his hands on me.
Mhm.
That's not
Mhm.
my experience.
Mhm.
He don't even play when it come to his sisters. Like I know, and not being funny, but if somebody ever played with one of his female family members, that man would go to Kiri Kiri behind one of them. That's the
Mhm.
prison in Nigeria, the big prison.
Mhm. Mhm.
Like, so all of those stereotypes, the oh, he gonna take your money. Oh, Kiki, that's Yaya.
both.
That was both of them technically, yeah. You're like, yeah, like social media will have you thinking that everybody is savages. if you really sit back and you listen and believe
See, me
everything.
too. Who is this? This Jailer Ahana.
Jayla.
See, I never knew there was African versus American issues to social media. Me too. I never knew there were issues like that in
Yeah,
social media.
well,
That's why,
it's
because reality is different from social media. That's why
true.
sometimes I don't want to be, paying attention to the social media
Yeah,
things.
he
A
quick
lot
to
of it
tell
is
me
not
he don't want
real.
to hear it.
A
Yeah,
lot of it is not real. They're just out there looking for. I don't know. I just feel like the lifestyle on social media is.
a lot of shit
It's
be
not.
content for real. It's not even really no beef.
Yeah, people just want to say things just to get attention or something. That's what I feel.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Period. Okay, well, I'm not gonna keep you on here, Shay, because we've been on here, and you gave me exactly what you said you was gonna give. So I appreciate that.
Oh, I'm cracking up. I just seen Bruno. Bruno said, social media have you telling you that African men had a wife and kids. Everybody husband got a wife in the village, according to social media. Everybody. Which, again, is relative.
Mhm. Yes.
Josie talking to you.
Let me see. Let me see.
I'm crying. That's funny.
No more shit going on. My body tell you, this matter. Who know they play with family first though.
Kiki say they play.
Girls they play my fans.
But no, y'all, like everything, yeah, like these relationships can work if you want them to, honestly. And sometimes you got to step outside of your own self. And even me, I have to learn that every day because I'm extremely loud. He said, bring my he said you gonna bring the machete. Now he for real about that machete though. But yeah, no, we just gotta have to, and even I think for my husband, he had to for a while had to learn that I am just who I am. I'm gonna talk. I'm going to say my opinion. Bless you, buddy. But it's not just because I feel like I'm overtaking him in my opinion.
Before these things, I mean, Nigerian version. I did
What
tell
did he say?
you body no food. I'll come aboard.
Kiki say when you grilling again. But yeah, no, that's one thing in relationships we have to be mindful of, right? Because we do come from two different cultures and we do come from different places. Like I'm an extreme Southern woman, right? There are some things that I can't deviate from. Thank you, son, for counting. Where my husband is true. He a true Edo boy. He ain't that is not gonna change. Never. And I had to learn that. And I had to respect that there are some things he not backing down on, right? So I might go and might talk and he might say something and I'll be like, but why? I don't want to blah blah blah. And then he'd be like, because XYZ. Alright. I might have an attitude about it, right? Or sometimes I might share something with him and I might be like, honey, I don't really think that's a good idea. He might not want to hear that shit.
Mm.
But he will at least take it into consideration, and if it works for what he believes, he'll hear me, right? So that's really it, y'all. Honestly, truthfully, if you truthful from the beginning, if you honest with each other, if you 100 and you on the same page, it can work.
Mm.
And we got two kids beating us up currently while he active duty and I'm a flight attendant. So if we can make this work, anybody can make it work.
Yes. And it's working.
We don't have a perfect
Yes.
relationship, bro.
Nope, that's true.
And it's
He
working.
telling y'all we don't have a perfect. We don't, y'all. When I'm like, we don't. We be battling, okay? Because his mouth reckless when he gets upset, but it takes him longer. Where I'ma come out the gates, but it's learning that everything ain't got to be a battle, right?
Yes.
And if you value, like I said, if you value somebody and if you really believe in that person, like I 110% believe in my husband, I'm always going to support him. I'm always have his back. If it's something he wants to accomplish, I'm always 110. I'm in for it, right? That's really what it really comes down to. And stop letting people tell you what your marriage is. just because you from two different places. Stop letting people tell you that everybody that's from somewhere else is this because their experience is that. It's really it's not like that. Everybody not the same. So yeah, that's my last that's my benediction, as the pastor would say.
Yes. Yes. Shay, I appreciate you. I appreciate your husband coming up. I thank you for the insight that you've given. Y'all, this was deployment, diapers, and devotional. Okay. So thank you again, y'all. Please make sure y'all thank her in the chat. We thank you for coming up, Shay, and until next time.
Yes, anytime.
Okay. Bye bye.
Night.